will enter the fifth IMC Over-40s T20 World, and I'm here at the toss for the first match sports complex that will be between the incredible Team Canada and Team UAE. And for the toss here, I'm joined by the captain of Team Canada, Mohammad Ramzan, the on-field umpire, the match referee, Mr. Babar, and the captain of Team UAE, Rafiullah. Ramzan is going to go with the coin, and Rafi is going to go with the call.
Heads.
Heads is the call.
Yeah.
Heads it is, and Team UAE have won the toss. You won the toss. What would you be doing?
We are going with the batting today.
Any specific reason to choose bat?
No, it seems like the okay wicket, so we thought of starting with the batting then.
Any changes from the previous match?
We have some two changes, but I don't recall right now, and we'll discuss. We'll tell you later.
Sure. What's your game plan? Are you going with an aggressive intent or a defensive one?
T20 is already have an intent of aggression, but the thing is, it all depends on the situation, the bowling, and conditions.
Right. We wish you the best of luck.
Thank you very much.
Ramzan, good toss to lose.
I think so. It's very good toss to lose.
Had you won the toss, what would you have done?
Would have been fielding.
You would have been. So it did went in your favor.
Yes, it is.
So it did go in your favor. So like any changes from the previous score?
There's about 3 changes.
Okay. Could you let us know that?
There's a couple of bowlers coming in and a couple of one batsman in and out.
So what's your game plan going to be like? Is it the same as the previous games or is it going to be different?
It's going to be pretty same. Look like the ball is going to stop. There's some grass there, so hopefully we do well.
Hopefully.
Thank
We
you
wish
very
you the
much.
best of luck. Well, that was the toss, and news from the center is that Team UAE have won the toss and they have decided to bat first.
Hello, hello. Ready? Ready to go?
Cameraman will give you a cue.
Ready to go? Good morning, everybody. What a wonderful morning to Archie on this beautiful Wednesday morning. Round 4 of the IMC T20 World Cup. Today we have the meeting of two very keen rivals, Canada and the UAE. UAE were undefeated until the last game against Pakistan, so they'll be wanting to come back hard. And Canada are searching for a win today. So it'll be a great game of cricket. May I introduce to you the match officials, Mr. Barbar, the match referee, and Sheikh and Shabib, and Rowan, the third umpire. Before we start the national anthem, it's my sad duty to report that Akshay, who is the president of the Canadian Masters Cricket Association, his father passed away overnight. And our hearts and our thoughts are with Akshay and his family. And similarly, unfortunately, Shabib's uncle passed away in Lahore last week. So may I ask both teams to observe a minute's silence. Thank you. Thank you very much. The national anthem of the UAE. Thank you. National anthem of Canada. Thank you, gentlemen. The result of the toss, Ruffy from the UAE has won the toss and decided to bat. So, gentlemen, all the very best today. I know the game will be played in fine spirit. May you go by and shake each other's hands and wish each other good luck. Thank you.
Okay, so the handshakes are going on. The first game for today at NBP Sport Complex gonna be go on between UAE and Canada. As UAE won the toss, elected to hit first. Some friendly gesture going on. It's a bright sunny day in Karachi. Good morning, early in the morning here. You can see much of a little moist ground, moist outfield. Okay, so Good morning. It's a bright sunny day in Karachi, and we are going to witness the first game, which will be played between Canada and UAE at the NBP Sport Complex just beside Abdullah Shah Ghazi's shrine and just behind the all famous seaside of Karachi. Sea View. It's a delightful place to play, and because of the sea, it's a little bit moisture in the outfield as well. It's not properly dried up, and because it's a sunny, bright day, it's going to be dried later on in the game. So outfield will be much bumpy, but it'll be quick later on. The field is being set. The players are now setting up here in the ground, and after a few moments, we're going to witness the all-important contest between UAE and Canada. And both the teams now need the redemption, because if I talk about Canada, they hasn't opened account yet in this tournament. And the last game, well, UAE, it was a little problematic for UAE in the last game against Pakistan, and Pakistan won it. So it'll be a great game to watch. Both the teams, they're gonna go pretty much aggressive on each other so that they could secure a victory. The batters being ready. In a few moments, they're gonna enter the ground along with the umpires. So UAE versus Canada. The match number 20 of Group A IMC Over-40s T20 World Cup, which is powered by Quetta Gladiators. UAE won the toss, elected to hit first. It's a beautiful sunny day. You can see it's a lovely morning as well. A clear blue sky, not much of clouds there, and the sun is shining over the heads, and there'll be more on the top later on. Live from NBP Sport Complex. If I talk about both the teams, they had to now go and pedal the gas now. So the umpires, the on-field umpires, going on to the crease with the ball, the shiny Kookaburra. They're walking. And now is the time where Team Canada entering with the boys. Umpires are now on the crease. And I've been joined with Nourish Khan with me in the commentary box.
Thank you, Fayaz. And it's a bright sunny day here again as we enter the 5th day of the IMC Over-40s T20 World Cup 2025. And it is yet another one of those important matches, UAE versus Canada. Important in the sort that both UAE and Canada are looking forward to a breakthrough. I'd say an early breakthrough in this tournament. Canada are yet to win their first match in this tournament, while UAE would be looking for redemption after that loss against Pakistan the other day. Was a huge, I would say, they lost by a huge margin. Pakistan managed to clinch a 117 runs victory, and Humayun Farhat was a man of the moment there, with Fawad Khan also scoring high there. He was awarded the best batter of the match. But the good thing is they do look in good shape. Rafiullah, when I had a chat with him at the toss earlier, he looked very confident. Said that the pitch is very supportive of batters, and that he's gonna look for a good target there. Sanaullah, he's also been really good with the bat, extremely good with the ball as well.
So the 11 of UAE led by Rafiullah, and then Salim, Ghazanfar, Humaj, Imran, Malik, Mujahid, Rehan, Sanaullah, Sarfaraz, and Satish. They won the toss, elected to bat first. And now the 11 of Canada. Mohammad Ramzan, Danish, the And well, it's led by Mohammad Ramzan, the captain, then Ali, Amin, Bunarat, Iftikhar, Khalid, Sabir, Sujit, Sultan, and Tommy. These boys are going to play the match number 20 and the first game for today at the NBP Sport Complex. The batters are in. Malik Kamar. Well, the match fourth, I can see his stats: 79 deliveries, 140, a strike rate of 177. That was pretty much of a impressive performance by him. And now the non-striker.
Well, as we're talking about the batting lineups and the batters, we have Syed Rafiullah, the captain, the incredible captain of Team UAE there. He has scored 77 of 63 in the last match, and his strike rate goes skyrockets to about 122.2. So yeah, that was I'd like to reiterate something I was talking about. The toss actually went in favor of both the teams, as a matter of fact, because Canada, if they would have won the toss, as per the discussion I have with their skipper, they would have chosen to field first as well, and it makes sense considering the pitch conditions and all. However, there's just a minor difference in the pitch compared to the previous match. But for now, we're gonna look at Iftikhar Khan's stats. He's had no maidens and an economy of 8.17. He's gonna start the bowling spell for Team Canada. And as we're talking about the economy, although it on paper it may look like a very expensive economy, but if we talk about modern day cricket, this is actually considered a good economy, 8.17. All that matters is how you execute your plan and how you step up right when your team need you the most.
Yeah, and if I talk about Iftikhar, he's a pretty much clever bowler opening for Canada. And in the last game, as we've seen, his versatility in bowling. He was magnificent with the ball. He was delivering it out, and he was using the cross seam. He was being much of unpredictable for the batters. His one over went a little expensive, but then a great redemption by him in the last game. So this showdown is going to begin in the moments. Iftikhar going on his mark for the first delivery. And plays the call from umpire. Here we go with the first delivery.
Outside the off stump, and it's gone straight up in the air. It's gone, just like that of the first ball. Canada have lost. Canada have provided an early breakthrough, and UAE have lost their first man. That's Malik, who was a victim of an incredible delivery by Iftikhar. He pitched it outside the off stump on purpose, Iftikhar, in an attempt to get that outside edge, and he executed everything as per the plan, right on point.
Yeah, Canada came very aggressive in this match, and which was much needed for them. That's going to give lots and lots of confidence to them. And as I was talking about Iftikhar, he's a very clever bowler. What a breakthrough. Very first delivery, and it went much in the favor for Canada today. Purposely did away from the off. Malik Kamar departs on a golden duck. What a start to the game. What a start to the day. And Canada, they obviously enjoy the sunny weather here in Karachi. And because if I talk about Canada's weather, it's very cold and they enjoy playing here. And that's a lovely weather for them. And if I talk about the game today, and if I talk about the day today, what a start to the day for Canada. And that's Iftikhar, the man of the moment right now. Picked up an early breakthrough. And what a game. Turned a little outside as well. It was pitched outside. It was just near the wide line, I can see. And then some stretch hit, and it straight away went into the hands of the fielder. Pretty much comfortable catch. And they got rid of Malik.
Homaj Mukhtar is the new man in for Team UAE, and he has a slightly bigger responsibility shouldered upon him. How much? He needs to build up a stable partnership along with the captain, Raviullah, who's on the non-striker's end at this point. Targeted the offside, the area outside the off stump once again, but this time he wasn't that lucky in executing the plan and he got a wide in the process.
And well, how he's delivering it, I can understand the game plan he has come with, because he's delivering it outside, and he's purposely delivering it outside. So I can expect some swing deliveries inside. Here we go.
A bit closer to the off stump this time by Iftikhar, and Humaj purposely swiftly guided it towards the offside in an attempt to buy him enough time to run between the wickets, and he got successful in that. Rafiullah, the captain of UAE, the man of the hour, on strike at the moment.
And if I talk about Iftikhar right now, well, he slightly came inside this time, and he's pretty much handling the shine of the ball pretty nicely. Because handling the shine of the ball in the earlier overs, it's not less than an art.
That's good bounce there in the ball by Iftikhar. And that's a beautiful NBP Sports Complex there. That's a pavilion, and UAE, it's UAE versus Canada as we enter the 5th day of the IMC Over-40s T20 World Cup 2025.
And such a bright morning, such a good morning here in Karachi.
This time it was the mid stump that was attacked by Iftikhar, and it was perfectly pitched in line, but just didn't carry enough power in the shot of Rafiullah. He just wanted to guide it swiftly on purpose towards the leg side to buy him enough time to run between the wickets, and he succeeded in that.
And that was Ali Farooq there defending. Guarded very nicely. Showed his football skills there. This time he hits the gas pedal there and rolls it away.
It's sunny out there, so the Pacers cannot expect much support from the environment that there is. If I talk about the Pacers, they need to target the grassy patches that there are. And Sarfraz Khan, the new man in for Team UAE, he bats with a strike rate of 141.4, pretty decent considering it's a T20. When I had a chat with Rafiullah, the captain of UAE, earlier at the toss today, he was saying that it's T20 cricket and so they're going to go all in with the aggressive intent. I do agree partly with that, but on surfaces like these, you have to be a bit more mindful as well. That's a beautiful shot, played swiftly towards the backward point position, and it crosses the fence just like that for a 4. Well, a strike rate of 141.4 in T20s, and I'm talking about Sarfraz. You wouldn't want to bowl that kind of delivery to Sarfraz. You wouldn't want to bowl a delivery that's so out of line, so pitching out of line, and definitely not carrying good length. Ramzan was doing everything right here. I know he's trying to expect some support from the environment that there is, but he should realize that he's not going to get much support because it's definitely not windy here. But but we can expect a good breakthrough, and that was a very, very close. I think Ramzan heard me, to be honest. He was targeting the area around the stumps. Again, this time it was mid-stump once again, but it was just not well put in terms of line and length, and hence it was a wide. He's going to re-bowl that delivery to finish off his over.
Well, Nourish, I can say that the left-hander and right-hander combo here, it's a little troubling Ramzan. He's trying to pitch it just near the stumps. He was trying on last couple of deliveries, but this time it was pretty much a good delivery. Targeted the middle stump there with a cross of a line, and these kinds of deliveries shows that how much aggressive mindset Ramzan has right now, and he's executing the proper plan which he has made. Just look at it, one delivery inside and then other outside, but this time when you're going to give the full tosses and you're going to give it pretty much juicy in the slot, you're going to get the tender results, and that is what we saw. And the over, 2 overs gone, 27 for the loss of 2 wickets UAE.
Well, what an over indeed. 4 wide, 4 wicket, 4 wide, dot, 4. This one's looking like a Morse code, to be honest, more than an over. And I get what Ramzan was trying to do here. He was trying to experiment with every type of bowl there. He first bowled, but what amidst all the versatility, amidst all the variation, something that was constant was the fact he knew that he has to target the area around the stumps, and one reason for that is the fact that the area around the stumps, especially from the end that he's bowling, from the striker's end, the current striker's end, the current striker's end, it possesses some dry grass patches with occasional cracks. So it's a heaven if you want to expect some seam there. It's a heaven if you want to, get wickets there. The key is just to target the stumps and to be mindful of your line and length.
Just look at it, the slower one. Well, if the car is a very clever bowler, as I've mentioned earlier, and he has the variety as well. He delivers the slower ones. He has the ability to bounce as well. He can do the quicker ones. As in the last game, we saw that he can take the decisions on point. He can change his mind on the 11th hour. He is pretty much clever. And just look at it. Well, he was going with the quicker ones in the last over and then started off with a pace-off delivery. And this time, just look at it. He got that unusual swing from the seam he delivered, and he delivered it onto the grass patches there. And, well, it went for a wide, but that was pretty much a good delivery, I would say, if it would have been in the line. Pitching it outside and then straight away coming inside towards the stumps. targeting those 3 sticks. What a game plan.
Just a bit away from the stumps, just a little inches away from the off stump this time, and it was very, very close to a potential inside edge out. Rafiullah needs to realize the magnitude of the situation, and I'm pretty sure he will, because he possesses that resilience mindset. Current run rate now climbing up to 12, and it was swiftly guided towards the mid-off area by Rafiullah, where the captain of Canada, Mohammad Ramzan, was already eyeing that ball, but it bisected it in a fumble there.
So 3 overs gone, 31 for the loss of 2 wickets. Rafiullah, well, he has played 8 deliveries, scored just 4 in it. But the skipper, he seems pretty much confident today. And if I talk about the UAE side, even after losing the 2 wickets, they're still going pretty much hard on the bowlers. They're punishing the bowlers, and especially Ramzan's last over. It went for 18 runs, even though he got a wicket. But still, they accelerated hard.
Yeah, I think the first over the Ramzan bowls was he was primarily trying to adjust to the conditions of the pitch. He was trying different sort of deliveries. I mean, the way he ended his last over with a full toss, it was pretty evident that he's trying to experiment with all the different types of deliveries to see which one works. And I think in situations like these, although one of the overs of yours could be expensive, but it's better to test them earlier. And just like that, I was just talking about testing them earlier. This is exactly what I was talking about. And he has gotten the big fish in the sea. The captain of UAE this time, Ramzan, doing everything right. I could tell the way he was eyeing those stumps. He was eyeing that mid stump for so long. This was a mid stump once again. And for the second time, he's got in the second man of UAE out on an LBW.
Yeah, it was pretty much a similar delivery, and he got the results on that slower one onto the middle stump, and he got that. Skipper got rid of the skipper, I would say. He took the skipper's wicket in his bucket, and he said, you have to walk back now, because I have the variety, I can do it. Sayyid Rafiullah departs. scoring 4 in 10 deliveries. And if I talk about Canada, when they knew that UAE is going with an aggressive mindset, they are accelerating the game. They are trying to just go hard on the power play. They are constantly doing some good deliveries, taking wickets, which is much required here in order to restrict UAE. And they seem a little frustrated because they are constantly going hard on the ball. They are hitting it purposely very hard, and they're losing the wickets. So now the only thing which can be a redemption for UAE, will they stay on the crease, they put up a partnership, go for singles and doubles instead of throwing the wickets away.
Yeah, for sure, and we could all see what Ramzan was trying to do here. And that's a pretty smart strategy by the skipper of Team Canada there. And although his last over was expensive, but the bottom line is he was able to get that early breakthrough, another breakthrough for his team. And his latest wicket was the one of the skipper. And speaking of which, Ghazanfar decided to take matters in his own hands as he very swiftly guided the ball away for a 4, right in between the mid wicket, deep mid wicket, and long on area.
Well, I can see that the game plan of UAE, Babar Ghazanfar, starts off with a boundary. So, as I was saying, that UAE, I think they have a game plan that they need to accelerate the power play anyhow. Even though they are losing the wicket, still they are not stopping. This time blocks it away straight to Mohammad Ramzan. He did a slow one once again. Well, slow ones are working for Mohammad Ramzan. Well, he's putting the pace on deliveries and he's delivering it away. Well, towards the offside or leg side, he's just being punished. But if I talk about the slow ones, that is becoming the bone in the epiglottis here for UAE side.
The off stump once again was the target of Ramzan, but a bit of fumble there in the field. The bottom line is he wasn't able to I'd say, succeed any run in that delivery of his.
Well, I can say that Ramzan's deliveries are rippling away, and it's pretty much unpredictable. Just look at it. Once again, it wasn't a turn, but a slower delivery, and that is what made it a dot. I thought that one oval in the last delivery in the overtime line, dot wicket 4, then 3 dots in a row. This ends the 4th, 35 for 3.
Sarfaraz Khan, the new batter in for Team UAE, and as Sarfaraz Khan is there already on the pitch. He's facing Iftikhar. Outside the off stump, and in an attempt to get an outside edge, although it did not succeed in that, but Sarfaraz guided it swiftly towards the offside in an attempt to buy him enough time to run between the wickets, and he was successful in that. And in that process, he brought up another run on board for UAE. Every run counts at this point. They really need some stability, and one way they can get it is by running between the wickets, rotating the strike. The run stagnancy should not be chronic. It should not go on.
Just ripple in the delivery. It was going away from the off stump. Got a little bit of an air swing, although it's not pretty much windy here, but a little bit of a breeze doing the job here. And especially if I talk about the surface and the way if the car is using the seam right now, seems like if the car is in a different mood today. He's not being hit for boundaries very often. He's doing dots. He's just going aggressive. He's just look at it, the variety. First he delivered it outside, he was doing purposely going outside the off stump, and then this time he delivered it towards the fourth stump, I would say. That's pretty much targeting the stumps. That's a very much aggressive game plan by Iftikhar. But he has conceded 15 so far in his 2.3 over spell with a wicket. I would say it's pretty much balanced. I won't say it's very cheap, and I won't say it's pretty much expensive.
The good thing at this point should be for you to get a wicket at this point. And even though it was being anticipated that this might go away for a 4 by Sarfaraz, but the fielder on the long on position said not today. It was already there. It was an easy field by the Canadian fielder.
Well, Nourish, if I talk about the mindset of UAE, how nicely they are playing. Look, although it was an in-swinger, swing and a miss, but he was going for an attempt. He swung the bat very hard. Even though they're losing the wicket, still they're not being stagnant. They're just going for bigger ones. They're trying to hit. Well, it wasn't connected here.
It didn't come out on the tip of his bat, Barbers, and that is why it couldn't carry enough power his shot. No, this is definitely not you would want to do as a UAE batter. You wouldn't want to attempt playing high at this point. You're 3 down already in the power play. You should attempt to stabilize things down, and the one way you could do it, the safest way out there at this point, is to keep running between the wickets, rotate the strike, and wait for bad balls before hitting them out of the park. And just like that, after 5 overs, UAE are 38 for 3. This Canadian skipper once again, and he eyed that mid stump, but Sarfaraz said not today, and just like that he guided it away towards the deep mid wicket area, and the ball ran over the fence for a 4. Sarfaraz has understood the assignment at this point. That was a cash drop. You wouldn't want to do that, especially if especially in the power play. You wouldn't want to do that where it's already very inclined towards the batter. The power play, being the fielding side, you wouldn't want to make any such mistakes. All eyes on the umpire once again. This time the umpire says no. Although it was very close, a bit pitching outside the off stump. Had it been a little in line, it would have marked the end of innings for Sarfaraz, but it was just micro inches away from the off stump, and so Ramzan, although he was eyeing another LBW, he couldn't really get that.
Well, if I talk about the decision made by the umpire, I'm pretty much satisfied, I think, because all the 3 stumps were exposed. That is why they got the benefit of doubt. And if I talk about Sarfaraz got 2 lives in 2 deliveries, I would say. And now it's Baba. And that's a good strategy when you're struggling. You take even leg buys. So Barber now is going to face. He's oh, just look at it. The slow one's doing the job for Mohammad Ramzan. This time got the inside edge, but that was onto the pads instead of just hitting the stumps. Little unfortunate for Mohammad Ramzan, but he's doing wonderfully well today. Earlier on, 2 overs, he got 2 wickets. He has a great game plan. Bit of expensive first over, but after it, he stabilized things pretty nicely. And now he's delivering it well here. And oh, that's up in the air. Just away from the fielder. And I can say that the struggle for UAE begins now. Mohammad Ramzan is becoming a big problem here for UAE. When he delivers, he takes the wicket, gives a little bit of runs, but he's taking the expensive wickets here. Last 2 deliveries to go is to end the power play. 5.4 overs delivered, 45 on the board.
Attacked the mid stump once again, Mohammad Ramzan, and there was a bit of confusion between the batters while running between the wickets. But the bottom line is they did succeeded to get that important run. And that was he was attacking the mid stump once again. It was up in the air, but there was a fielder already there. So one thing about Team Canada is that even though they might have had some expensive overs, but we can already see that they're looking to bounce back from there. And resilience, this is what really matters, especially in a T20 game when you have very less time to bounce back, and if you don't, then it's not going to go well. And that is exactly what's happened to Canada in the previous 3 games that they've lost. But today they look like a different team altogether. And just like that, it's the end of the power play as UAE are 47 for 3.
It's pretty much of a balanced power play, 60-40. 60 in the favor for UAE because they have a proper aggressive mindset. They're just going for hits. Still not stopping even though they lost some wickets. But if I talk about Canada, I've seen much improvements in their field where they're getting the ball. They're feeling it quite nicely, but because of those catch drops, that became a little problem there. They need to work on their catching because they're dropping the catches in all the matches earlier on I've seen. That becomes a little difficulty for Canada where they are getting the crucial wickets. You drop the catch and that's away from your hands. It slips out. The power play must have had 5 wickets in the bucket. But because of those catch drops, it turned down to 3. 47 for 3 after 6.
Well, Sultan is here to bowl his first over for Team Canada, and projected score is now displaying 157. Earlier on towards the start of the innings, it was displaying a score of 170 plus, but now it's dropped down to 157. Initial 3 losses for in the power play for UAE, and we're all intrigued to witness how the UAE bounces back from here, if any.
This time with a tilted bat. You open the blade little later, Iftikhar. Oh no, you have to be pretty much okay with the field. Yeah, if you're doing the blunders, that means you're giving comfort to the batters. You don't have to give the comfort to the batters at this point when you know they have the aggressive mindset. They're going with the hard hits. Just have to be very much tight with the field. Slower, and this time but pulls it away. Pulls it away for a boundary. Safraz. We got the ball in the slot. Little bounce in it. And just nails away. Lovely hit. And this man a 50 up for UAE. 53 for the loss of 3 wickets. I can say UAE has a pretty good mindset. Even though they lost the wicket, still the score is not stagnant. They are going pretty much hard. Oh, balls in there. Shatters up the leg stump. Gone. Sultan.
Would you look at the beauty of that delivery? That was perfectly pitched in line. Sultan doing everything right for Canada at this point, and they have a certain liking for the mid stump and the leg stump, I would say, Fayaz, because you've seen their captain Ramzan targeting the mid stump, and I think Ramzan understood the assignment and he went on and told his bowlers, you have to target the mid stump and the leg stump. That's going to get you wickets. And Sarfraz Khan is the latest batter to depart for UAE, and just like that, UAE are 53 for the loss of 4.
I can see much improvement in Canada's bowling today. Good line and length. Getting the assignments done. And in the end, they got a wicket as well. Got rid of a danger man, Sarfraz there. There was a lovely delivery. Little bit of a swing in it. And just roots up the stumps there. This is what Canada needed. Now that will give a little setback to UAE.
Imran Javed stands at a strike rate of 134.2. Has played 4 matches so far and has scored 51 runs with the help of 5 fours and 3 sixes. Off stump this was. Sultan was targeting the off stump this time. There was little pace in that ball, and on purpose I'd say. Babar and Imran, if they build a stable partnership here, things can go north pretty quickly for UAE and south pretty quickly for Canada as well. They need to utilize the next 5 to 10 overs to the fullest. Canada eyed that mid stump once again, and it was the slot this time that met Sultan's bowling masterclass. And Babar guided it away towards the offside. Imran guided it towards the offside just to buy him enough time to run between the wickets, and they were actually successful in getting 2 runs. And just like that, UAE are 56 for 4 after 7 overs.
Khalid now brought to bowl. He's a pretty decent bowler, Khalid. Mostly does the orthodox deliveries as he gives the ball a turn from the back of his wrist. Does googlies as well. Here we go. Just look at it. Once again. That's given. Lil Nick and carried. That is what I was talking about. He turns the ball from the back of the wrist. Just a little Nick there and got rid of Imran. It was pitched onto the cracks. Little bit of the involvement of the bat and pretty safe carried by the keeper. Half of the team is now departed of UAE. 56 for 5.
And what a start to Khalid's bowling spell, I'd say. A very disappointed Imran walks off the field. And things are not looking good for UAE at this point. They need a dramatic comeback from here, I'd say. They're 5 down. They need some stability. They have to realize the magnitude of not attempting to hit boundaries of every single ball. They have to run between the wickets. They have to wait. Be patient. The ball will come to you. There will be a bad day for the bowling side as well. There will be a time when things are not going right for the bowling side as well. So you have to wait for that bad ball. You have to wait for the ball to come in your groove. If it's not in your groove, if it's not in your comfort zone, you shouldn't attempt to hit it. Mujahid is the new man in for UAE.
Well, Nourish, it's a pretty much better surface as we had that day when we had a good knock by Australia. It's a better surface. Still, the bowlers are dominating there, and on that day, Australia dominated with the bat. They put up a total of 149, a target of 150. If I talk about UAE as well, not UAE, but rest of the Gulf, they were also amazing with the bat. That was just a 19-run defeat.
Well, like I said earlier, I'd like to reiterate this. And I'd like to continue it after this delivery is bowled. So I was attacking the off stump once again, Khalid. So yeah, like I was saying, it all depends on how well your situational awareness is, how well your game plan compliance is just outside the off stump, and Mujahid guided it away swiftly towards the extra cover area. There was a fielder already there, and the bottom line is that Mujahid got a run off that delivery, so it's a win-win situation, I'd say. But this win-win situation can turn into a win-lose situation pretty quickly. Consistency is what matters. And speaking of consistency, Babar found that gap and guided it towards the offside, or towards the deep, I'd say. But the ball didn't have enough power. I think probably because it didn't come out at the tip of the bat. He wanted to utilize the tip of the bat, which is why he attempted a late cut, but wasn't entirely successful in executing that late cut. The thing about spinners is that one of your safest bet, especially on this pitch, should be a carom ball. If you're a spinner, that gets you wickets. You could blindly trust a carom ball, especially on these type of pitches where there's occasional grass, where there are cracks.
This is the over, yeah. It's 59 for 5 after 8.
The thing about Canada is that they possess the potential to make a dramatic comeback. They have that thing, but they have not been able to channelize it to the fullest. And I just have a feeling that they're going to channelize it to the fullest today. Because their captain looked in a very... their captain said that they were going to go with an aggressive mindset in the field. And of course, if they would have won the toss, they would have opted to field first, and for all the right reasons. The way they've utilized their power play, it's been absolutely tremendous. And like I said, it's all about how you experiment, how you judge the situation. And Ramzan also, although people might disagree with me, some might say that he had a very expensive start to the over, but I'm looking at the positives here, and that was a very beautifully pitched in delivery by Sultan to Babar, who was unable to play it. So as I was previously mentioning, Ramzan, although he had a very expensive start to his spell, but he made it up with those two crucial wickets just outside the off stump, and the ball did have some help from the pitch, but still Babar wasn't able to execute the boundary that he was eyeing. And I think some dot balls at this point should not worry you. All you need at this point, I'm talking about from the perspective of UAE, you need to save your wickets.
Yeah.
There is a certain line that comes into play when you have to decide how many dot balls you need to play and how many you don't. But you just have to strike a perfect balance so as to not play too many dot balls and so as to not play too less dot balls at the expense of your wickets. Saving your wickets should be your topmost priority at this point, and it was mere inches away from that, from the, I'd say, the edge of the bat. Again, this is Sultan Masterclass. So Ramzan, although he had an expensive start to his spell, but he did make it up with 2 wickets, and the reason for getting those 2 wickets was that he was experimenting with different types of deliveries during his first over. This time it's the off stump targeted yet again Sultan.
And he just opened the blade of the bat. It was just onto the ball. Wasn't for much damage with the single. And if I talk about Sultan, the way he is delivering it, he's doing the in swingers, he's doing the out swingers as well. He has the variety. The hand muscle, the wrist muscle is made, which I can see in his bowling. He has the variety and much of the muscle memory. This time he steps up, Babar clucks it away for a maximum there. So this is how you redeem from these kinds of situations. The way he hit that, because a couple of dots and a couple of singles, and I can say that UAE has a mindset that just have to hit the pedal of gas, that's it. They don't like the breaks, they don't like the singles or doubles, they are much interested in boundaries. They want a big score and they want to go aggressively on it. Even though they are losing the wickets, they are not slowing down.
Knowing Canada, I know they have the potential to fully bounce back from here as well. It's cricket. You cannot definitely say something until it's over. And like I said, Sultan ended his over on a good note. For Team Canada, he ended it on a dot ball. And just like that, UAE are 68 for 5 after 9 overs. And that's the beautiful Karachi National and NBP Sports Complex there.
A beautiful drone shot, and I can see a couple of players there of UAE to cheer up their team. They are losing the wickets, but still they're being very much aggressive. And if I talk about Canada, I can see much calm in the bowling. And they know the game plan is working, although a couple of boundaries are not affecting a lot to Canada. They're bouncing back pretty good. Just look at it, Khalid. With that off break this time. And well, he Oh, it was onto the middle stump this time. Khalid pitched ahead. This delivery.
Targeted the off stump once again, and it was pretty close to the stumps by Khalid. And Babar, just like that, swiftly played it towards the leg side, has to buy him enough time to run between the wickets, and he got that extra run.
So talk about Khalid. When he eyes the field, he know movement in the field is very important. Just look at it. That was the off-break delivery. It turned a lot, and I just love the deliveries turning a lot. It was almost a feat of a turn. And well, in the last couple of games, we have seen Khalid delivering the googlies as well. He has the varieties, much of the potential, and so far he is a much economical bowler for Canada. Hasn't got much beating from the batters. In his 2-over spell, just 7 conceded with a wicket. 10 overs gone. Half of the innings is over. 71 for the loss of 5.
And you were just talking about how Khalid has been a comparatively economical bowler for Team Canada, but the bright side over here is that even though they've exceeded more runs the Canadian bowlers, they still have been able to make it up by the wickets. So as long as you're getting those wickets, those crucial wickets for your team, saving some runs become a bonus for you. Salim and Babar are eyeing a good partnership here. Partnership slowly building up, and Sultan has come into the bowling attack once again for Team Canada.
Well, I can praise the captaincy of Mohammad Ramzan at this moment, because he knows that he has the variety of bowlers who can deliver, and he's using every single. Oh, nick off the bat. It was just near. That is very fortunate for Babar. Fortunate runs. That wasn't a confident shot at all, but in T20 cricket, every run counts, and if it's coming anyhow, it's in your bucket. The keeper tried. He stretched his body, but it didn't came into his hand. Went for a boundary there. Well, this was a big problem for Babar, because you have to be pretty much confident. You don't have to go for the risky shots. And Babar went for that. Is it down the leg side this time towards the mid wicket? Singles and doubles. And if I talk about the surface today, it's pretty much of a grass on the surface. And if I talk about the cracks, it's pretty much abrasive, but it's a good surface to bowl rather than bat. And Ramzan was pretty much aware of the situation, of the environment, of the surface, and that is why he was very happy. Even though they lost the toss, it came into their favor. In the execution of the plan, Ramzan delivered himself pretty well, and then he's using his key bowlers. They're getting the wicket as well. And there's Bahria Town Icon, the tallest building, still under construction, but the tallest in Karachi. Just look at it. Slow ones, the off-cutters. That is what the Sultan doing, being the economical. Got a wicket as well. But if I talk about UAE, They need to now just look for maintaining the partnership. If they are going for a hurry or a rush, it's going to be a big problem because they've lost the 5 wickets already. Oh, this time a little away from the off stump. He opens his blade. That went towards the covers. Just for a single. So this ends the 11th over, 79 for the loss of 5 wickets, and a busy hustling Karachi. Streets are always busy here. The city which never sleeps. 79 for 5.
Check 1 2.
Check 1 2.
So Nourish is there with the interviews. So over to you, Nourish.
Well, UAE looking forward to redemption against Canada, and I am joined by their star bowler with me, Sanaullah. थैंक यू सो मच सबसे पहले अपना कीमती वक्त देने के लिए। ये बताएं, आज के मैच है, आप लोगों ने टॉस जीत के बैटिंग ली, ठीक है। अच्छा, तो अभी इस पिच को किस तरीके से देखें, क्योंकि इनिशियली 5 आउट हो गए आपके जल्दी।
हाँ, शुरू में थोड़ी विकेट खराब थी, लग रहा था, तो अभी माशाल्लाह सेट हो गई है। हाँ, अब वो भी सही है, तो अभी स्टेबल। अगर इस विकेट पे हमने 150 कर लिया तो हमारी बॉलिंग लाइन बहुत अच्छी है और उनको नहीं करने देंगे।
आपने खुद भी, आप अभी तक स्टार बॉलर रहे हैं अपनी टीम के लिए, तो मैं एज अ बॉलर आपका जानना चाहूँगी, विकेट्स यहाँ की आप कैसे देख।
विकेट्स यहाँ की जो आज की विकेट है बॉलर को बहुत सपोर्ट कर रही है, तो ओवरऑल देखा जाए स्पिन के लिए बहुत बेनिफिट है। और हमारे पास 3 स्पिनर हैं। मैं अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह पूरे ऑल टूर्नामेंट में सही जा रही बॉलिंग, तो इंशाल्लाह हम उनको पकड़ लेंगे, जीत सकते हैं इजीली।
चलिए, इंशाल्लाह, विश यू द बेस्ट ऑफ लक।
थैंक यू, थैंक यू।
That was just star bowler of UAE for you. Over to you guys in the com box.
Okay, thank you so much, Nourish. Back after the hydration break and the interviews Nourish was having, yeah. Khalid once again brought back to bowl. This time away from the off stump. That was no turn there. Let's plays it for a single.
did hear from their star bowler, Sanaullah. He's eyeing that win for Team UAE and is saying that the pitches look really spin friendly, and so they're going to have some support from it. However, the bottom line is that it all comes down to which team is really on top with the situational awareness, game awareness, and really complies strictly by their game plan. Those are some of the keys to bringing in your A game and hence getting wins for you. Ali Farouk, the star bowler for Canada, has decided to come into play and begin his spell. And they usually bring him up after 10 overs, so it does make sense. That's good decision by Ramzan. Eyed the off stump once again. It was mere inches away from the outside edge of the bat. Might as well have resulted in Babar's wicket had it been milliseconds, I'd say micro inches closer to the blade of the bat. This time it was the mid stump that witnessed Ali's masterclass, but it was guided away swiftly for a 4 towards the deep square leg position. And that was scooped away beautifully towards the deep square leg position, and that is masterclass from UAE. And they have the captain's blessing, UAE. This time it was outside the off stump and it goes high up in the air. There was a fielder there, attempted to catch it, but it bisected straight through his hands and off the field it goes. Cleared the fence for a 4, and Ali Farouk is clearly not happy at this point. Catches win you matches, my friend. Ali has to make a grand comeback from the 2 back-to-back boundaries here. Outside the off stump once again. And it's guided away swiftly for a 4 once again, and this time it was a long off position that witnessed Babar masterclass. Waited for that ball to come into his groove and opened the blade of the bat to just guide it swiftly with just ample power for it to be carried away for a 4 towards the long off. Babar. And the best thing about Babar is that he is eyeing all sides of the ground. He's playing around the wicket. He's not restricting himself to one side only, and he's actually waiting for the bat balls to hit them out of the park. This one's on Ali. He should have brought in more versatility. He had attacked the off stump for the 3rd time in a row, and it was, and of course the results were pretty expensive. End of the 13th over. UAE are now 94 for 5. Also, I couldn't really comprehend the fact of why Ali would want to bowl a slower one at this point when he has such good spin abilities. All he needed was some situational awareness, Ali. And Khalid is back in the bowling attack for Team Canada. Salim guided it once again towards the offside, and that's a pretty good lefty-righty combination there by UAE. And these kind of combinations always work for you. They do magic, they do wonders for your team. A lefty-righty combination, and it just gets really hard to break partnerships when you have such a good set lefty-righty combination there. Outside the off stump once again, Khalid and Babar giving them a lesson, guided it swiftly towards the deep point position. And that was a beautiful shot. That was an extremely beautiful shot. This one's on Khalid yet again. You should have learned from Ali Faruqi's mistake. You wouldn't want to attack the outside the off stump area. This is the fourth time in the previous 2 overs that this has been done, and every time it has costed you. Yet again Barber attempted another boundary, but there was a fielder already there, fielder waiting for that ball, and that was a good fielding by Team Canada. Well, owing to a slow outfield, the ball didn't get carried away to the boundary, but it had it carried more power, it would have marked the end of LBW. Is it an out? The umpire says no. It was pretty close.
If I now talk about the game plan of UAE, they're pretty much stabilized, and now they're hitting it, swept it away nicely for a boundary. And Babar now on his half century. What a way! Half century in a style. 36 deliveries. The help of 7 fours and a maximum.
And would you look at that strike rate? 138.9. That is absolutely incredible.
Muscles it once again. This time it was between the long on and the mid wicket. Now they are shifting up the gears, but they are maintaining the partnership. From one end, Salim is anchoring, and from the other end, Babar. I can say Babar playing like Babar Azam today for UAE. 49 was gone, 106 for 5.
Well, I guess it's always a Babar for you who gets you over the line. And this time, another Babar has decided to take matters in his own hands, and he stepped up right when his team needed it the most. Well, the magic man, Sujit Karunaratne, is in to bowl his first over for Team Canada, and he's usually brought in after 12 overs, and as expected, in this match also he was brought in after 12 overs by the skipper Mohammad Ramzan. But Sujit has to learn from the mistakes the previous 2 bowlers did. If you want a wicket, you have to stay miles away from that off stump. That off stump position should be a no-go area for you, for the Canadian bowlers, because it has costed you almost 4 boundaries consecutively in the previous 2 overs. So you wouldn't want to do that. Sure enough, he targeted the off stump, and pretty expectedly it was carried away by Babar. The ball punched the sky away for a 6.
And just look at that, how nicely he picked up the length from the slot. When you're giving the opportunity, Babar is going to avail it. He goes once again this time. He goes once again. Oh, a misfield there. Costly one. It made it a boundary. Canada now needs to be pretty much tight in the field here. If you're going to make blunders in the field, you're going to give the handful of runs from your own side.
This time it was away from the outside off stump once again, and carried away yet again for another boundary by Babar, the magician, for Team UAE. Sujit Karunaratne, you wouldn't want to do that. That is the third consecutive time that you have bowled a bit outside the off stump, and he does it once again. Why wouldn't you want to incorporate some versatility in your bowling? Babar, 6, 4, 6. Not a very pleasant start for Sugit's first over. That is exactly now not how you would want to start your spell, your bowling spell. But you're making the same mistake over and over again, and yet again. It was the off stump that Sugi targeted. You have to bring in some versatility. You need to bowl. You need to be mindful of your line and length. Target the mid stump. Target the left leg stump. Target anywhere other than the off stump. That is the last position you would want to bowl into.
And moments earlier, I was passing by the dugout of Canada, where I saw that Sujit has had a little pain in his hand. That is why he had the pain relief tape in his bowling arm. I think that is becoming a little difficulty for Sujit today. Although a wonderful over for UAE, 18 from it, 124 for 5 after 15.
Well, the skipper of Team Canada is having a chat with his fielders, and there's been some change in the field. Ashwell has been brought in to the third man position, and the Canadian fielders are more concentrated towards the offside at this point. And it's of course when it's the captain coming in to bowl his last over. It's the last over for the captain, and hopes are high from this. Here we go. Leg side, leg stump it was this time, targeted by Ramzan. But Salim said, not today, my friend. And Salim swiftly guided it towards the deep square leg position, and it ran away, crossed the fence so effortlessly for a 4. The thing about Salim is that he's incorporating just enough power in shots. He's not rushing one bit. He's judging the ball, waiting for it to come in his groove before attempting to hit. Something that the openers for Team UAE did not do. This time it was the off stump that was Ramzan's target, and sure enough it was guided away towards the offside. They did get a run off that delivery, so it's even a small win is a win.
Well, I can say that the confidence of UAE batters are making things slip out of the hands of Canada right now. Because on every single delivery, they are going for the bigger ones. They are not stopping at any cost. And then they know the importance. And they're when they're gonna put a good score on the total, there's gonna be a big problem for Canada. This time he goes once again, goes full. That's a maximum. Babar is unstoppable.
Well, he always is, isn't he, Fayaz? Be it Babar Azam or Babar, the one in the UAE.
And we are always waiting for the century of Babar. Today I'm waiting for this Babar, not Babar Azam.
It's always a Babar that we're all rooting for. We're all very pumped up to see how this goes. And now of course he deserves a century at this point, and he might as well get that century considering his excellent game awareness. Ramzan targeted the off stump this time, and Babar very maturely, not taking any risks, guided it swiftly just to change the strike and bring Salim in on the attack.
Notice, did you see that the feet work of Babar, his bat is going along with his feet, which is much important. You eye the ball till the end and you go with the feet. You get the ball in the middle then. And that is what Babar is doing, and he's getting the results.
Yeah. That was a good delivery by Ramzan. There's the thing about the guy, the skipper of Team Canada. He knows when to bounce back, and he's all business today. Well, Canada are a bit unfortunate in this world that it's sunny conditions. They don't really have a lot of support from the environment, and it's not windy at all. And on top of that, the venue is very close to the sea, so there's moist coming in from that as well. There's moisture coming in from that as well. So the humidity is adding on to the sunny conditions, making it 10 times more difficult for the bowling side to really incorporate their A game and bring up their A game. But despite those conditions, Canada is still trying their best. And it's a warm graph. And what a swift increase has it been after the 12 overs for Team UAE. They did bounce back pretty quickly, pretty swiftly from this initial 4 losses at Team UAE. And the run rate has skyrocketed to 60 almost 60 between 13 to 16 overs. Current run rate now stands at 8.56, and Sultan is back to bowl his last over. He has to learn from the mistakes that he made in the previous 2 overs at least. You want a wicket, you stay miles away from the off stump. You want a wicket, you have to incorporate perfect line and length. Well, I think you heard me. Targeted the mid stump this time, and although it was high in the air, but it was just not high enough to be carried away for a boundary. Salim is, we can all see what Salim is trying to do here. He is attempting to divert the ball away just to buy him enough time to rotate the strike and run between the wickets. A mindset that actually gets you runs, that actually gets runs on board for you.
Well, Salim went down the pitch to play that. Seems pretty confident here. Because from the one end, he's getting a good support from Babar. He's going on with some bigger hits. And from the other end, he knows that now he needs to step up as well. Because they have a last couple of overs left. Just look at it. He came into the position so early, he left his guard, and he knew where the ball was coming. It was pretty much predictable by Sultan, and he just nails away for a boundary there.
Well, that was excellent combination of feet work, timing, execution by Babar. And while we, of course, we credit Babar for his incredible shot, but it's on Sultan. How predictable do you have to be as a bowler for the batter to be already waiting for that shot, already having the right shot selection in mind and executing that shot? That's on you, my friend. This time it was the off stump once again. The mistake repeated for the 3rd time, and it has costed yet again for Team Canada as Babar has once again showcased his class and guided it just like that, just so effortlessly with his footing firm on the ground. He guided it away for a 6. Would you look at that? Would you look at the beauty of that shot? It was almost a no-look shot.
Pace of the delivery and delivering it into the slot. That is mean you are giving the opportunity. Go high, my friend. And this was the similar mistake done here. That was very fortunate for Sultan that it didn't came onto the bat. Babar is in a deadly form right now, and you're going to deliver it. That is like peanuts to him to hit. Canada is struggling badly here. They need wickets to bounce back into the game right now.
Even if they're not able to get wickets, Canadian bowlers should at least look forward to bringing up a run stagnancy, and that is clearly not looking the case here as Salim once again made sure that the ball was hit high up in the air, but there was a fielder already there waiting for the ball. But of course, Salim didn't intend to hit a boundary of this ball. He just wanted enough time to run between the wickets, and in that sort, he was able to get 2 runs on board for Team UAE. This time it was the off stump that was targeted by Sultan once again and was guided swiftly towards the long off area by Salim. And just like that, after 17 overs, UAE are off to a strong total as a 152 for 5. So as I was previously discussing, how predictable do you have to be as a bowler for the batter to be already there waiting for your shot? This Sultan has bowled in the slot 4 times in this over, and all the 4 times it was right there at the same position. We reiterated this earlier, right before the start of his over, that he needs to stay miles away from the off stump. And not alone did he target the off stump, but was very away from the off stump as well. If you're not being mindful of your line and length, you're not going to get wickets, my friend. Even if you cannot get wickets, you have to at least contribute to the run stagnancy.
Well, Nourish, if I say that the pace is always predictable in the last couple of overs, because the seam is clear to the batters. And if I talk about Babar and Salim, the way they are eyeing the bowler, it's all important for the batter that just keep an eye on the seam from which the bowler is handling. Just look at that, away from the off stump, that's going to be a wide. It was pretty much away. If you're delivering it into the slot, you're going to get hit. And you don't have to be predictable because they are much expecting that you are going to deliver it towards the offside. And it seems like the Babar and Salim, where they want the deliveries, they are making bowler deliver at that moment.
Tommy Jelani has come in to bowl his first over, and not a pleasant start for his first over, as Salim has announced his arrival. Would you just look at the beauty of that shot? He stood his footing firm on the ground, and just like that, firmly held the bat and made sure that the ball hit the meat of the bat just with enough power to ensure that it gets carried away for a boundary, and he did succeed in that. Chance of another one, but there was a fielder already there at the deep square leg position. Well, Tommy has come all the way here from Winnipeg, Canada, and of course I was having a chat with him a couple of days ago, and he looks forward to this tournament and is really excited to be here.
Well, Nourish, now we cannot say that there's an anchoring and hitting combination going on. It's hitting from both the sides because the partnership is now raised to 104. And Salim is now stepping up. He's now accelerating the game. He's hitting some nice boundaries. And talk about Baba. Oh, good delivery. Very good delivery. That is what you have to do. You have to target the stumps. You don't have to give the room. If you're delivering it a little quicker ones, you don't have to give the room there to the batter. If you're doing the pace-off deliveries and you're delivering it in the slot, that means that's a piece of cake for the batter. You just go and bang you.
And even if you're targeting the stumps, you have to stay miles away from the off stump, I'd say. Bowled a bit towards the good length, and Salim, the way he did his footwork there and wanted the ball to come into his groove, but since it didn't come in his groove, the ball, Salim didn't hit it out of the park. That is exactly the mindset that you need, and that's a very mature strategy by you.
Aggression in the body language and aggression in the mindset there, where it's not coming onto the bat. Salim is like, no! Big shouts there. It seems like the game is now coming onto the nerves of the batters. They're handling it properly. They're going very aggressive, which is quite challenging here for Canada. When you have Babar standing, you can expect that he's going to muscle up. Got enough time to get a single there. So single ends the over. 18 gone. 163 for the loss of 5 wickets.
Incredible partnership between Salim and Ghaznfar. 107 runs partnership. That is absolutely brilliant, especially in such clutch moments. You do need a stable partnership to make your way back, and UAE have done everything right so far. Canada were off to a good start by picking up these 3 initial wickets, but that didn't really turn out to be consistent, I'd say, and they've leaked way too many runs, especially between overs 12 to 16. The current partnership now stands at 107 runs of just 65 balls. That is beyond incredible. And Babar is only 22 runs, 12 runs away from his century. I'd say it will be his first century for this tournament.
Oh, this time he steps up, but Iftikhar, he said, no, my boy, you have to walk back. Not every time the aggression works. Now you have a big man there, you cannot hit me. There's the aggression. Oh, just look at that. That is what Canada needed. The aggression, the comeback. That is what Iftikhar did. What a game.
The perseverance, the aggression, the execution, everything was on point. This was the delivery that they needed, Canada, to get Babar out. But man, what an innings, what an incredible innings by Babar Ghaznfar. 88 of just 49. Not only is this an impactful knock, it is a perfect blend of stats with impact. Exactly what gets you through the line, what gets your team through the line. Individual stats matter, but they don't matter. Nothing comes above your team. In cricket, it's all about the impact. Yes, stats can, increase, get those bit of centuries in your bag. But if you are to go down in the history as the GOAT, the greatest of all times, you gotta have impactful knocks like these in the bag for you. So applause for Babar Ghaznfar.
Rehan Khan, the new man in. Just look at it, Iftikhar. You don't have to deliver it away, but he has a good mindset. He's going to set the batter. He'll give some runs. It's just like making a trap. What Iftikhar is doing right now? Throwing the prawns. Gonna catch the fishes there. Setting up the prey. Iftikhar. Just look at that. One delivery pitching outside and then straight away coming onto the stumps. And that was an outswinger as well.
I love the change in pace, honestly. This incredible change of pace that you incorporate in your deliveries alongside the versatility really gets you wickets.
Well, Iftikhar is mentally very strong and he knows the importance of the death overs. Just look at
it. Was the mid stump this time that was Iftikhar's target. And he attempted to bowl a yorker, but it turned out to be in the slot. But because it had just enough variation in the pace, it was not too fast, not too slow, just enough variation. You have to strike a perfect balance between bowling a very fast delivery or a very slow delivery. You have to bowl at just the right amount of pace. That is exactly what Iftikhar did. And he's eyeing another wicket soon. This time it was the off stump that he was targeting. And Salim really gave an earful to Iftikhar for that as he guided away swiftly towards the leg side for a 4.
Well, mid-wicket boundary, that was a big gap there and Salim went pretty hard on it. Deep mid-wicket, there wasn't any fielder. That is how you step up because the UAE now, they know that they cannot go for a setback here. They have a handful of wickets, I would say 4 wickets here. And the way Salim is in form right now, he knows that he can hit. It's coming onto his bat.
Well, the simple case here is that the fingers are up, the fingers are up, and just like that, Iftikhar has gotten the big fish in the sea. Salim is his latest victim. Outside the off stump, on purpose by Iftikhar, and although it was very close, it did hit the nick of the bat to be carried away into the gloves of the fielder, of the keeper. Salim walks off a bit satisfied. Abdullah Salim, 32 of 32, although it may not seem like a very impactful innings, but only his teammates know, only we know how impactful it was, because he was there on the crease and gave full support to Babar. So it's incredible stuff. Stats with impact matter. And what a way to finish off his last over, Iftikhar. 1 and a 4. Sandwiched between 2 wickets. One at the start and one at the end. What a start and what an end to his last over by Iftikhar. The UAE are now 170 for 7 after 19 overs. And Tommy is back. Tommy Jalani is back in the attack, as he would be bowling the final over for Canada. Rehan Khan, the new batter in for Team UAE.
Into the last over now. Pretty much of the impactful innings here by UAE. This time away from the off stump. It was pitching very ahead there. Made it a full toss towards the deep cover. Rehan managed to score a single on it. Some applause by to Iftikhar here, as he got rid of the 2 players, the 2 best batters, Salim and Babar. They were best in the business right now. Oh, it's up in the air, lifts it away, and yes, they've got enough bat on it. Mujahid starts off with a maximum there, a welcoming hit with a maximum. Mujahid. Well, the batting lineup of UAE is wonderful. They have the power hitters till the end. What a hit it was by Mujahid. He came into the position early, picked up the length nicely, and he goes, oh, this time towards the deep covers, but because of the outfield there, it didn't went for a boundary. Oh, chance there, no! First fumble in the batting and then fumble in the fielding there as well. Total drama on the crease. That was a confirmed run out which they left. Notice, did you see that?
Absolutely, and I'm extremely appalled. I'm short of words because there's just too much drama happening, and it's peak cricket for you, that's all I'd say. It was the off stump once again. It was targeted by Tommy, and Mujahid attempted to hit it towards the long on position. Although I cannot comprehend the fact why I do understand why they would want to rush things, but they still have 3 wickets. Why would you want to risk a second run? Even that, why? If I took that is a run, is it a run out? Confusion between the batters, and that was an easy run out by Tommy. There was a bit of chaos and confusion between the batters, I'd say. Mujahid said yes, Rehan said no, not today, and in that process,
well, according
Mujahid
to the
walked
condition
off.
here and the situation, you don't have to take those risky singles because you are in a good form right now, and I know you have a couple of deliveries left, you need to ace it up, but still, when it's not necessary, you don't have to run. Mujahid Hussain departs of 9 and 3.
In the air, is it gone? Oh yes, Yes, it is. Carries it away beautifully right through the fence for a 6. And that was a perfect blend of temperament, patience, execution. Every adjective that you can find for this shot, that is extremely impressive. But then again, why would you want to bowl on the off stump right again? Why would you want to bowl on the off stump time and again?
UAE batting on its peak today. 186 made. They were lifting every single delivery. They got the results the way they were aiming to hit. They were aggressive from the very first delivery, and they did it. 186 put up on the total. That means that mentally Canada will be in too much of pressure because it's a big target. It's just like a Mount Everest to climb for Canada. 120 deliveries and 187 to win.
Well, I'd credit the way UAE have made a strong comeback after that, those initial 3 losses. After the power play, that is what I would want to credit to this incredible build-up of runs of 187. Canada now need 187 runs to win this match in just 120 bowls.
Over Malik. That was a little unfortunate for Malik today. Gone on the dark, and then Rafiullah with 4. Homage in double figures, 14. Safraz with the 21, very impactful there. And then Baba, the hero of the first innings. 88 of 49. Such impactful innings today. Imran, little unlucky in the single figures. Then Salim with a great partnership with Baba, 32 and 32. And then Rehan, 9 not out. Mujahid with 9, and then Sanaullah didn't got a chance to bat. Didn't play any delivery. If I talk about Iftikhar with a great economy, 3 wickets, 11 dots, just conceded 23, and then Ramzan, the skipper, little expensive, but taking 2 wickets, and Sultan and Khalid with 1 each. And if I talk about the economy of Khalid, was 5.50, magnificent. Ali, Sujit and Tommy today were a bit expensive with the empty buckets. 187 to be made in 120 deliveries. Won't be easy for Canada. They need to be aggressive and with a positive mindset from the earlier game, and then till the end. The power play will matter a lot in this game for Canada. If I talk about the partnership, that's the only thing my eye is catching here. Baba Ghazanfar and Salim, a partnership of 107. That's the only eye-catching thing. 186 made. 6 extras of this innings. 186, 187 in fact to be made. And after a couple of moments, Nourish will be there with the interview. Until then, it's an inning break. Stay tuned.
Check 1.
So, we are back, and Nourish is there with the interview lined up. Over to you, Nourish.
a brilliant have with me their star batter, Babar Gazanfar, who played a scintillating, electrifying, sensational knock of 88 runs and played an instrumental role in bringing up that high total for Team UAE. अस्सलाम वालेकुम बाबर भाई, सबसे पहले तो बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया आपका कीमती टाइम देने के लिए। वो नॉक आपने जो खेला है इतना ज़बरदस्त था, क्योंकि एक जो स्टार्ट का जो पावर प्ले में इनिशियल 3 विकेट्स गिरी थी, उसके बाद क्या गेम प्लान था उसको कम बैक करने के लिए?
सबसे पहले तो अल्लाह का शुक्र जिसने इतनी अच्छी इनिंग का मौका दिया। हमारी टीम थोड़ा सा शुरू में आउट हो गए थे, जिसकी वजह से थोड़ा सा टाइम चाहिए था। विकेट बहुत अच्छा था, ठीक है। जैसे बॉल बैट पे आ रहा था तो एंजॉय कर रहे थे बैटिंग को, तो अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह स्कोर हुआ।
कौन सी ऐसा एक टारगेट या कोई ऐसा एरिया था जो आपने ओपोनेंट टीम का टारगेट किया?
बॉल तो हर जगह पे जा रहा था, जहाँ पे बॉल मिल रहा था वहाँ पे हिट करने की कोशिश कर रहे थे। नेचुरल गेम यही है, जो लूज बॉल मिलेगा उसको हिट करो आप।
बिल्कुल, और कैप्टन की तरफ से यही आपको दिया गया था कि एग्रेसिवली जाके खेलना है?
शुरू में तो जब विकेट आउट हुए, 3-4 बैट्समैन आउट हुए ऊपर नीचे, तो थोड़ा सा रुक के खेलना था। जो लूज बॉल मिल रहा था मैं तो ट्राई कर रहा था, और अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह कामयाब हो रहा था मैं।
बिल्कुल, बहुत ही ज़बरदस्त आपने इनिंग्स खेली। वी विश यू द बेस्ट ऑफ लक।
थैंक यू।
थैंक यू। Well, that was the star batter, Babar Ghazal for you. Over to you guys in the com box.
Okay, thank you so much, Nourish. Now, with the inning break, we're going to be back with the second innings. Canada needs 187 to win this game. We'll be back shortly. Till then, stay tuned. So we are back. We are back. We are back with the second innings. Canada need. Canada with a great game plan here. When you're chasing a score of 187, you need this kind of a start anyhow. And that's Danish with a great game, the great aggressive start. I guess there's a bit of a thing in the bowl. The umpire setting a bit, always delivering it from the side of UAE. I can see a pretty close, pretty attacking field here. This was the point towards the covers, towards the extra covers. Square leg, mid wicket, all inside the circle. If I talk about the widest square leg, just the fine leg, there's a fielder plays outside the circle, and a fielder plays on the long on, head deep. And UAE need much wickets in the power play, which is much required. Just look at that. And the spinner doing some finger spins there. Oh! End of the first 8 without any loss. Into the second one as Sanaullah is delivering it. Well, UAE is bringing the spin attack first in the action, and then they're going to go for the paces. They're making the spinners turn the shiny ball. This time it was onto the bat, but it wasn't enough muscle. Not a high magnitude hit. Just a couple of runs there.
And that's beautiful Karachi here. That is NBP Sports Complex, captured beautifully by TN Visions. That was swiftly played towards the offside by Danish.
Oh, this time once again.
And that's a very happy Canadian dugout right there.
It's 15 on the board. What a start by Canada, which was much required. This time towards the leg stump he has delivered Sanao Lalik, but it was a pitch very ahead of the batter that was into the slot. If he would have used his feet, Danish must have got much runs there. Once again, a good delivery. Very good delivery. That is the attacking deliveries, what UAE is doing right now, but exceptional batting by the Canadian batters, Danish and Amin. 2 overs gone, 16 without any loss. That's the NBP Sport Complex. Delightful view. And our scorers along with the match referee, everybody's sitting in the box there. UAE versus Canada. Beautiful view of a green Karachi behind it. In a bright sunny morning. Well, Canada is now focusing on building up the partnership, which is the key here. When you're acing the power play, you need the partnership as well. Oh, that was clucked away for a maximum. Into the slot, and proper presence of mind by Danish. Just the forearms there and muscled it off for a maximum. What a hit. He's being predictable here because he's constantly delivering in the slot. And Danish, it's his favorite area. Once again, similar kind of a delivery, but this time a late cut. If I talk about Danish, he has the variety of shots there, and he's showing the potential today, which Canada desperately needs in order to win this game. That's the Bahria Town icon. Tallest building of Karachi. Oh, that was away from the off stump this time. Slightly straight to the fielder towards the offside. And that's the game plan of UAE right now. They are attacking the ball as well. They are bowling stump to stump, and if I especially talk about Aways, first he was giving the deliveries in the slot, but now he's pitching it way away from the batters. Not going ahead, not giving in the slot, but he's not getting much turn in the ball. Where we were looking for the surface to play like the 12th man, but they're not getting much support because of the shine. But later on in the game, the spinners will dominate, I think. That's the shrine of Abdullah Shah Ghazi. A beautiful view and Sufism. And it's just beside beautiful sea view, seaside of Karachi. And if I talk about Away's bowling after that maximum, what a comeback with dot and three singles in a row. Away's Sarfaraz was good with the bat as well. Last to go. Not much of a turn in it. Played it towards the covers. This ends the over. Our buggy cam capturing it. 3 overs gone, 25 for none.
And that's beautiful production by Teen Visions, owing to a buggy cam, capturing the beauty of the ground once again. Well, we're halfway through the power play, and Canada are so far looking good. Danish and Amin are up to building a strong partnership, and Sanaullah had a chat with him earlier this morning in literal terms, and he was all pumped up to unleash his masterclass today as well.
And they are, we can see.
Well, Sanaullah Baloch, so far he is had an economy of 7.8. That was impressive. Excellent stuff by Sanaullah. He was eyeing that mid stump for so long. Perks of being a leg spinner, I guess.
Yeah, you took the interview of Sanaullah. He was pretty much pumped up today. He said, oh, I have performed in earlier 3 games and he's performing in this one as well. A welcoming wicket for him. And he got rid of Danish. That's the beauty of UAE bowling side and the beauty of Sanaullah's bowling. Shredded up the off stump there. Although you're saying that you don't have to deliver towards the off stump. Just look at it. The man, he delivered it just a little slide away from the off stump, and the turn did the job. Just shattered away the stumps there. Danish Bashir departs on 22 of 15.
Well, happens when you have exceptional situational awareness. I was saying that they shouldn't target the off stump at that position, at that point in the first innings, because it was clearly not working out for Canadian bowlers, and they were bowling in the slot, targeting the off stump time and time again. That was not working for them. It resulted in, getting them back-to-back boundaries at the expense of back-to-back boundaries, so it was clearly not working for them. But Sanaullah, he had this thing planned in mind when I had a chat with him earlier today. And during the interview, in fact, we had an interaction with him before the match as well. He seemed pretty confident that he will be taking his team through the line, and UAE has just been outstanding. And I must say, it all environment of your team, and Rafiullah has been top notch with that. The way that guy has led the UAE team has been absolutely brilliant, and I can say the same for Mohammad Ramzan as well. He's such a good guy at heart, and he has clearly set up such a productive atmosphere for his team.
And if I talk about the dugout of UAE, must be very happy with the total they've put up today, and that gives pretty much of a confidence to the bowlers, because you know that 187 target is not easy to chase, and you can come in little ease at that point. You don't have pressure in the mind. And when you don't have pressure in mind, and when you have the free hand from the captain who's giving you a good environment, so this kinds of things happen. Sanaullah Baloch with a wicket. Got rid of the big man.
Oh, fumble in the field. Fumble in the field. You wouldn't want to do that. And owing to that fumble, Sabir gets his first boundary, and in fact the first boundary for Team Canada as well. The first boundary for Sabir, and he has well and truly announced his arrival. Lofted it away towards the offside for a 4.
Sabir knows. Now he needs to step up, but this time it went a little risky. You don't have to take risk at this moment, especially when you have lost your wicket, especially in the power play. When you know you have to step up, you know you have to build up the partnership. You cannot go with those risky shots in the power play at all.
Especially when you have 9 wickets ahead of you. You have wickets. I mean, yeah, it does make sense why you would want to take those risks, but you have to take calculated risk. You just, I know you are off to a good start, Sabir, but you should, stabilize. Wait for the bad innings, bad balls to hit them out of before hitting them out of the park.
Well, I think Sabir heard you, Nourish. There was a sudden change in the behavior.
Well, I gotta take credit for that then.
You must.
Well, I love this change in mindset, I'm telling you. This was long due. This had to be done. Especially when you're going in the power play, you have to be dependent on running between the wickets and rotating the strike to get you runs. You cannot solely depend on boundaries, and that's a very good batting by Sabir. Mature batting by Sabir. They're looking forward to a good partnership, Sabir and Amin, and in the process, they're also being considerate of the fact that they have to play it safe, especially during the power play. And Canada are now 31 for 1 after 4 overs. Outside the off stump, Aways. They're expecting some support from the pitch. But that's the thing about this pitch, Fayaz. It's being very supportive of the spinners on one end because it has cracks on the 10. And on the other hand, we don't have many cracks, but occasional patches of grass there.
Well, Nourish, you can see the shiny part of the pitch, which is clearly on our screen. That shiny part has the cracks. And on the other end, if I talk about the brown part, I'll continue after this delivery. There's much of grass patches there, which is giving a good, unusual amount of turn to the ball. And that is what spinners are making them dominate. And the way they are delivering it, well, just look at Wade's deliveries. He's much focused at delivering it
And
towards those.
Amin said, not today, my friend. Not today are you going to get my wicket. Not in my presence, as he lofted it away for a 4 towards the offside. Beautifully picked up. He waited for the ball to come in his groove, Amin, and then making sure that the ball has an interaction with the outside blade of the bat. He lofted it away beautifully for 4. That is absolute masterclass from Amin. And that's pretty much how his game plan is. He doesn't take any risky shots, and that is what makes Amin Amin.
Look at it. Catch it was the call. Went straight to the field. I was talking about Aways. When he delivers it onto that shiny part, when he delivers it onto the crack, he gets that turn. When he's delivering it onto the grass, he's being hit for boundaries. Amin has a magnificent situational awareness, I would say, because he knows the nature of the pitch. He knows where he can deliver well.
Oh, that was beautiful. That was a beautiful delivery by Aways, but it wasn't that so lucky in that sort. Wasn't so lucky in that sort. Well, luck has a lot to do with you getting wickets, my friend. So it was very close. He was inches away from the stumps, I'd say, and just nudged the stumps to make its way to the boundary. The ball and nudged its way to the stump and made way to the deep fine leg position for a four. And but you got to compliment the situational awareness for Awais. Was a missed and landed straight in the hands of the keeper. Notice one thing, Fayaz, how Awais is constantly targeting the area outside the off stump. But even though he is being very constant in that sort, he is still incorporating a little versatility in terms of the turn, like you mentioned, the shine of the ball. And although it has costed him 2 boundaries in this over, but the second boundary that came was very close.
I can say that the surf has become the culprit, and that gave some unfortunate runs to Canada. 5 overs gone at 39 for 1.
And it's also starting to get a bit windy here as well, a little windy.
And I can say it's much relief to us in such hot weather, Karachi.
Haha, yeah. Sanaullah utilizing the pitch really well, the grassy patches on the pitch really well, and the cracks on the pitch really well. It's as if he has memorized every single crack that there is on the pitch. They read the pitch so well.
And you just saw that amount of turn in his deliveries. He's delivering it quite nicely. Well, he has a game plan that you have to pitch it outside the off stump and then you'll get the turn there. He has potential. He can turn the ball leg side. He's breaking it nicely, and that is becoming a difficulty for the batter. Look at it once again. A little flighted this time, but into the slot. Into the slot. Little mistake that leads you to a boundary. And this is what happened with Sanaullah right now. He was delivering it quite nicely, but just look at the footwork of the batter. He took out his feet and just nailed it.
Yeah, and especially when you're bowling to Sabir, who is really looking forward to these kind of deliveries, you have to be very mindful of that. And Sabir once again showcased his class and lofted it away for a 4 towards the offside. Offside and Sabir get along really well in terms of boundaries.
Oh, he was going for a drive there, but little unfortunate. That was a big shout by Sanaullah, and he was not happy at all by the decision umpire made. I want to look the replay. Just look at it. Just an inch away from the stumps there. There's a little bit, I would say centimeters away from the bat involvement, the ball. It's going to be a dot.
Sanaullah showcasing why he is one of the reliable batters, and that was absolute masterclass from Sanaullah. He just got a bit unlucky in that sort and it resulted in a wide. Had it been a bit in the line, a bit more closer to the leg stump, it would have resulted in possible inside edge. A bit close to the off stump, I'd say.
So far a good power play for Canada, 43. And the way we were looking that Canada needs to accelerate, Canada needs to take calculated risk. They're doing it. Sabir and Amin playing it very responsibly, and this time Sanaullah, he's being puzzled up because of the left-hander right-hander combination. He has to put some control over the ball right now because he's trying to deliver those leg cutters, but he isn't able to. Look at that. He was trying this for a long time. But once again, some unfortunate runs here.
Well, this is the thing about Sanaullah. He knows when to incorporate what type of delivery. He's bringing in a perfect mix of leg cutters and off cutters, and he's incorporating them right when they're needed the most. And particularly, I am absolutely a huge fan of his wrist work. Nudged slightly towards the leg side by Amin, and had it been a bit closer to the fielder, I'd say the fielder had to have a bit more situational awareness there. Milliseconds away from that catch, the fielder on the mid-on position.
It's been a good power play for Canada right now. 49 of it, the loss of 1 wicket. At this stage, UAE were 47 for 3, and now Canada are 49 for 1 after 6 overs. They have a handful of wickets left at Canada. Now they can more push the gas pedal now, because now the field will be opened. They can get the opportunity to grab those singles and doubles and put up a partnership. And the way their momentum is being made, quite of an equilibrium in the equation right now. Canada 49 for 1. This time with a tilted bat here. Gonna get just a single. Malik is brought to bowl. Now it's all upon UAE to get rid of this partnership being made, or else it will become a difficulty when they get set on the crease. Once the batter is set on the crease, it's no more than a danger to the side. 4 matches, 5 wickets, delivered 12 overs. Here we go. This time just away from the off stump. Didn't got too much of turn in it. He's delivering simple, straight deliveries, Malik. Not getting much swing on it, but using his pace as the weapon.
I think the goal here is to get some wickets, 2 to 3 more wickets in the next 2 overs. UAE, excellent footwork by Amin, and owing to that excellent footwork, he lofted it away towards the mid-on position, but the fielder was already there on the long run. Had it carried a bit more power, it would have crossed the fence and brought another boundary for Team Canada, owing to an Amin masterclass. Like I said, Sabir and Amin are clearly looking to settle things down for Canada, as they're eyeing a stable partnership there. This time it was the off stump that Qamar Malik was targeting. And I love that blend of good line, good length, and just appropriate bounce. And as in the previous matches against South Africa, Canada's match against South Africa, I was also talking about the fact that Howard was very good in using his wrist, the bowling arm, the wrist. He knows exactly the distance that there needs to be between the bowling arm and the bowling foot. And Qamar Malik is kind of walking in on his footsteps at this point.
And if I talk about Qamar Malik, is delivering it with a straight seam. Not much of a swing in it, but he's using his pace as the key. He's delivering it with magnificent line and length. He knows where to pitch ahead and when to pitch a little away. But he's not giving room to Sabir and Amin. Well, the way they're getting set on the crease, the way they're putting runs on the board. Let's look at it. Little bit amount of swing there, and that was a little away as well from the bat. It went straight away for a boundary. Just look at it. Little cut, and what a hit. Using the feet, Sabir. That is what Canada needs. The rotation of strikes constantly, and when getting in the range, that goes straight away for a boundary. 7 overs gone, 58 for 1.
Mujahid in the bowling attack once again, and not a pleasant start for Mujahid's bowling spell, as it was almost lofted away for a 4 by Amin towards the third man. And I think if Amin would have picked it up a bit more timely, would have carried away for a 4. Mujahid really needs to work on his line and length. If slot is not working, slot position has not been really working for almost all bowlers so far in this match. So you have to kind of experiment with the other positions as well. And Mujahid Hussain has picked up a wicket in just 2 matches.
And that much making them play for singles and doubles. They're not much focusing on the wickets. Do you remember that? Oh, misfield there. Costly blunder. Went for a boundary. Just look at it, the feet work. It drives it away nicely. There was a fielder planted, but still very costly there. Just look at it. This is the mistakes UAE doing, just giving away the runs. Once again the feet work, and once again made it comfortable for the batter. Just grab that single. Notice I was saying that if you remember Howard, when he was attacking pretty nicely, he was doing the shorter ones as well. That was the aggression, and after that South Africa's match, I haven't seen any bowler doing the shorter deliveries and challenging the batters. This is the lacking in the bowl.
Yeah, and it's not just been UAE or Canada, it's been consistent with every team. Lofted away beautifully, but the UAE fielder said, not today, not in my presence, my friend. And it was an easy catch taken by the deep fielder.
Amin was going for a similar shot here. He was trying to go over the head, but well caught just near the 30-yard circle. Safe hands, soft dismissal. It was in the air for a long time, and well taken here. Amin, the big man, departs. Second loss to Canada. Amin Khan, caught by ways, scored just 18 of 17 deliveries. Walking back, a little disappointed. Canada now 64 for the loss of 2 wickets.
And that is where experimenting with different bowling styles, experimenting with different positions on the pitch really helps you. If the area around the slot is not working for you, then you could have attempted a bit away from the stump. Good length, back of the length, short. These are all positions that are there. They just need to be found. And as for the batters, I understand it can get to you at times, especially during times like these when you are trying to display your A game. You're trying to really bring it your all in, but things are not working out. So Geet Karunaratne is a new man in. We've had high hopes from him in the previous matches, and he's tried his best as well. But I think the only area where he lacks is the fact that he's not able to narrow down the shots that he need to be played, that he need to play. He has tons of shots that he need to play going on in his mind, but when it comes to narrowing it down and selecting the appropriate shot as per the occasion, it really gets to him. And I really, really hope he kind of succeeds in narrowing and selecting the right shots today. Attack the stumps once again. Mujahid and Sugeet has well and truly announced his arrival. What a start to his innings. Lofted it away very effortlessly. Came out on the front foot, utilized his front foot and picked away the ball right of the tip of the bat when it came in his groove. Mujahid attempted another slow one and clearly it's not working out for him. He needs to move on from the slow deliveries.
Just look at it. There's a pain relief tape on the hands of Sujit. He had a little pain in his hand, but what a way to start the game. Sujit starts inning with a boundary and still goes hard on it. Still goes fuller, but there was a fielder planted. If you talk about Sujit, he is a player who can play on front end. He can accept the challenges. He has the potential to bat quite nicely. And this is why Canadian batting lineup, they rely on player like Sujit. 8 overs gone, 69 for 2.
Qamar Malik back in the attack, bowling attack. He seems to have a knack for the off stump. Qamar Malik keeps on attacking it time and time again.
And now Qamar Malik is tying up the laces, making it tight because he has to deliver the tighter one now. Want to take wickets here. If they want to make the score stagnant for Canada, they need to get rid of Sujit and Sabir.
Off stump again, and Sabir picked it up beautifully towards the offside. Deep point, I'd say, but it wasn't an attempt to hit a boundary, rather an attempt to buy him enough time to run between wickets and rotate the strike. That's a very mature and smart strategy right there. And Sujit clearly knows what he has to do. He has learned from the mistakes of the previous batters. He has I think he has analyzed the pitch really well, analyzed his conditions really well. This time it was the mid stump that Malik was targeting, and he incorporated a perfect blend of mid of the length, perfect line, perfect length, and it just went in with an incorporation of the in swing owing to the grassy patches that he has been utilizing. So as a pacer, he knows that because it's less windy, he needs to utilize the grassy patches that there are on the pitch, because otherwise he's not going to get any support as a pacer.
This is what I was waiting for. The shorter of the length deliveries. Malik with a very great mindset. Now he is there with the attacking mindset. This is what I was waiting for a long time from not just in this match, but the previous matches as well.
And well, the timing matters. We were just discussing how important it is. Malik is the first bowler of the day who has actually properly utilized the pitch, read it properly. And you would have noticed he's not bowling on any dry area. He's just bowling on the grassy patches that there are, because he knows that those grassy patches are the ones that's going to offer him more seam, that's going to actually support his seam, because otherwise he's going to have little to no support from the surroundings. As it's a bright sunny day here, it's less windy, so he cannot expect any support from the environment in that sort. So the only thing that he can do in this aspect is utilize the pitch properly, read it properly, and bowl at the right areas, which Qamar Malik is absolutely doing. So brownie points to him for that.
Yeah, and if I talk about the surface now. Oh, that was a good delivery once again. Well, it was pace on, a little bit of a turn as well. Look, just when he's delivering onto the cracks, he's getting the unusual turn. And if he has to take control over the ball, he is delivering it on the grassy patches, which gives a good grip there. And he's going with a very straight seam. See his seam properly. This time he went with a crosser seam. Got a little off cutter there. Turned a little outside as well. And you have to be versatile in order to be unpredictable. And that is the thing which makes you in the game and which makes the impact of your over. And that is what Malik is doing, technically very sound, because he knows the paces are quite predictable because of the seam and because of the side screen. The batters eye the ball, the seam, pretty much quite nicely when you have a good side screen there.
There was the off stump that Malik was targeting once again, but he wasn't very on top with the pace in this delivery. It was a pace off delivery, and yeah. To add to what you were saying, I think when it comes to pace, your options might be limited, but how you deliver really matters. So there goes a very famous saying that says, "Pace is pace." But pace is not pace without versatility. Pace is definitely not pace without proper utilizing of the pace, and pace is definitely not pace without making full use of the conditions around you.
I second to that. And in this manner, 9 overs gone, 76 for 2.
It was the off stump that Mujahid targeted once again. Attempted to utilize the area behind the slot, but Sujit kind of reprimanded him for that, and he lofted it away for a 4. Beautifully towards the leg side. Sujit waited for the ball to come at the meat of his bat before attempting to hit it. He waited for his groove, and when the groove was provided to him, Sujit made no mistake in guiding the ball accurately towards the leg side. But this one's on Mujahid yet again. There was not very good utilization of line and length, and on top of that, you are experimenting with the change in the length of your delivery. And even when when you're a pacer and you're trying to experimenting when you're trying to experiment with the length of the delivery, you have to be very very careful. There's a lot that you need to consider before going on and uh, you know experimenting with a different kind of delivery.
Yeah, and if I talk about Sujit, when you're bowling to a player like Sujit, you need to be pretty much careful. You need versatility because the straight down the ground towards the covers and especially towards the mid wicket. It's his favorite area. He goes there very often. And if you're trying to take Sujit's wicket, you have to deliver it really, really outside so that you could get the leading edge and you could get that wicket. It's much important here. Make him stretch and play.
Well, as for Mujahid, he needs to be a bit more considerate of his line and length. Attacked the off stump once again, but this time it was not very poorly, not very good in terms of line and length, and Sabir was waiting for that delivery as he lofted it away to the deep backward point, and the ball just dissected the deep fielder and went away for a 4.
And just look at the beauty of that late cut. That was, I would say it was a pretty much good timing. Just use the pace, proper time, just nails it for a boundary.
Off stump once again, and Sabir lofted it away towards the leg side, and it's going to be yet another boundary for Team Canada. Sabir is doing to UAE bowlers what Babar did to the Canadian bowlers.
Yeah.
So he's in his resilience era. He's in his, I'd say, reprimanding era. I'd say redemption. That is absolute redemption from Canada. And what an innings has it been so far for Sabir. He's utilizing round the wicket area. He's making full use of the ground. This one's on Mujahid, to be honest. Why would you wanna? And he makes the same mistake again. This time, it's a close call, but the umpire says no. They've decided to review it. Rafiullah has taken a third umpire decision. They requested for a review. Is a very confident Rafiullah. It's gone upstairs. It's gone upstairs. The umpire says no. Rafiullah says yes. The umpire said no again. Rafiullah said yes again. This is how confident the UAE skipper is. And that confidence, he pleaded for that. He appealed for that review. It's gone upstairs. Oh my, dramatic scenes here at the NBP Sports Complex, Fayaz.
That's the third game in the NBP Sport Complex, and in that third game, the third umpire came into the business. That's amazing. Finally, utilization of the proper broadcasting, I would say. to give your decision on the screen. Yes.
Yeah.
Mic is open, right? Screen पे नहीं आएगा. हाँ तो बताओ अपना decision. You give your decision. It won't be on screen. You just give your decision.
Okay. Based on the review system, half of the foot is behind and grounded behind the line. The batsman is not out, not out.
Okay, so the decision has been made by the third umpire. Yeah, he checked the review system. He said the part of the leg was inside the line. He just came at the right moment, and that made a not out.
Well, it was a close call, I must say. And Rafiullah was very confident in that sort. The on-field umpire said no. Rafiullah said yes. He said no. He said yes again. And when the on-field umpire said no for the third time, Rafiullah was so confident that he went on for a third umpire decision, and it turned out it was a decision for a stump out, but it turned out to be not out. It was a close call though. Well, Rafiullah signaled third umpire review there, and he requested the on-field umpire to review it.
And yeah, better prevention than cure. Umpire went
That's
on
one way to put it.
a review there. When you have the review system, obviously you should utilize it, and that is what umpire did. And made a not out there. Half of the innings is over. 89 for 2, Canada.
Close. That was very close. Salim was eyeing that mid stump right there.
This time Sabir was fuller. Oh, enjoying a great time, yeah.
That's Mr. Sterling Hammond, Chairman IMC, and is having a really good time here at the NBP Sports Complex.
Along with the partner. Along with his partner.
Yeah. He's such an inspiring personality, to be honest. He's done so much for the IMC, especially veterans cricket. His contributions have been absolutely brilliant. And he still is so involved that he personally makes sure to be present at every venue to witness the matches himself, and that's and well, Canada providing him with a good show here so far, as
Well, it's lots of improvement from Canada's side. That's Alex sitting here with the water.
he's the lifeline of the Canadian dugout, you know.
That's put up away towards the deep extra cover. Fielder plays there. Well, if I talk about the Canadian batting lineup, today they are not losing the wickets. That is the key. They have handful of wickets so far, and they're building up the partnership. That's a proper change in the mindset. They used to go aggressive from the front end, and then they started losing the wickets. And today it's a total 360 turn.
That didn't come well at Sugit's bat. Had it, come right at his at the meat of his bat, Sugit's, he would have guided it away swiftly for a 4 once again, or for a boundary once again. But that did not happen, as Salim incorporated the perfect blend of a pace off and utilized the length properly. I won't say the same for the line. because he was pitching a bit outside. But really, they need to move on from the off stump by Sir.
11 overs gone, 94 for 2.
And that's the Canadian dugout. Satisfied so far?
I would say it's a happy dugout because today they are delivering well.
As they should be. They worked hard for it. So it's only about time that redemption comes for Canada. The off stump once again targeted by Imran. It was lofted away towards the long on position by Sabir, in an attempt to buy him just enough time to run between the wickets. But really, they should move on from the off stump. They should stop targeting the off stump every now and then, the bowlers. And as we can, yet again, it was the off stump that Imran was targeting. Although this time, there was a bit more change in the pace, in the bounce.
Oh, this time picks it up nicely there. That was a pole in between. We didn't had a view. That was grabbed nicely in the end at the brink of the boundary.
I'm missing the stump mic at this point, to be honest.
Stump mic is always fun. Just look at that, how beautifully he has played. That was a slower delivery. He took room. He played it late. Magnificent timing, and that's all of timing here. Just look at that.
Timing, and if you see it from the perspective of the bowler, he seriously has to move on from that off stump. It was pitched back in line. He attempted to bowl it at the back of the length. But if you're changing the type of your bowling, if you're changing the position where you're bowling, why not change the length of it? It was yet again the off stump, and again it was swifted away, lofted it away towards the offside for a 4. Bisected, dissected, right between the fielders, guarding the offside position. That's absolute beauty from Sabir. That is wonderful from Sabir.
That's not a good line or length to deliver when you know Sabir is getting set on that line and length, and he's just hitting you towards that side. Similar kind of a delivery and similar kind of a result as well. He was going late. He's putting a pace of deliveries and giving too much of room to the batter. No, you have to just go for the attacking ones. You have to attack the middle stump or the leg stump there. If you're going towards the off stump or away from the off stump, he's going to bang you.
And I can 100% vouch for it. If Imran had bowled that delivery a bit inside the line, a bit targeted towards the mid stump, the leg stump, he would have gotten that catch out of Sabir's delivery. Because Sabir is mostly targeting the offside area, the deep point, backward point, and on the leg side, the deep mid wicket, the deep square leg seems to be his favorite positions. I haven't seen that much of a versatility when it comes to him utilizing the long on and long off positions. Well, that's a beautiful Karachi there, and the area that this ground NBP Sports Complex is in, it's just a few miles away from the sea. Well, Canada need to speed things up at this point, and I think 12 to 16 overs are the ones where the game changed for the UAE, so we can expect a comeback here. I won't say it's over. Abdullah Salim has come in to bowl his second over for Team UAE.
Well, now the spinners need to step up. If there'll be a dominating spinner, it'll be much favor for UAE this time. Just look at it. The spinner doing these similar mistakes in the last over, just like the last over, pitching it outside off stump and just giving them the room. You're gonna go for a great hit there. That's the little problem in the mindset here for UAE. They need to just go and attack the middle stump or the leg stump there. Or if you're going for a turning delivery or the leg cutters or the off cutters there, you just need to pitch it little away. You're pitching it ahead of the batter. That means you're giving it into the slot. And when you're giving into the slot, that's the opportunity. And why won't he not avail that?
Well, it was in the slot once again, but this time it didn't carry that much pace, which is why Sugit guided it swiftly towards the mid-on position.
But notice you can see that it made the batter comfortable. That is making them comfortable. And once they are comfortable, once they are pretty confident, they're going to hit you on the deliveries, which are quite difficult to play as well.
Yeah, that's the same. All eyes on the umpire. That's an appeal there. An appeal for an LBW there. The umpire says no. That was close though. Yeah, about what you were talking. That was close. That was a very, very close.
This is what I was talking about. Targeting the middle stump.
Yeah, and this is what I've been talking about too for so long, for a long time now. You need to move on from the off stump, man. Target the leg stump, the mid stump, and you're gonna get wickets. That was not a good delivery, and it's gone. It's gone. But this one's on Sabir, to be honest. He should have picked it up with more power. It had the potential to be carried away.
A matter of luck for Salim this time. Well, it wasn't a good delivery at all. It was a pace off. If it would have been pretty precisely hit, it would have definitely gone for a boundary. That wasn't a delivery to lose the wicket.
Additionally, it was a very good catch as well. It was caught beautifully by the point fielder there. So exceptional fielding by UAE, but I'm not that impressed with the bowling at this point. He's doing everything right. Sabir Sheikh, the man of the hour, departs after scoring 43 of just 27 balls. This is a perfect blend of stats with impact, and he's having a brief conversation with the incoming batter, Sabir. Well, Sugit has an even bigger responsibility shouldered upon him, and Salim really needs to be a bit more mindful of his line and length. He really got lucky there. Otherwise, I won't encourage him to have a repeat of that delivery. I won't encourage him one bit to repeat this delivery. He should be very grateful to the point fielder who made an exceptional effort in the field, and owing to that effort, he was able to bag that wicket for UAE.
I would say that the 70% credit goes to the fielder there who caught it. Canada at this stage 110 for the loss of 3 wickets, and on the other end, if I talk about UAE, they were 94. That means that Canada is way ahead of UAE right now. That has made them into the game, but that was Sabir. It wasn't a good shot to play, or you must have put some muscle onto the ball so that it would have been gone over the head of the fielder so that you could have find the boundaries. Ali Faruqi, the new man in.
And he was the best bowler of the match in Canada's opening match against South Africa.
West Indies.
West Indies, yeah. Canada's opening match against the West Indies. He was the best bowler there. Just a slight nudge to guide the ball towards the leg side. Ali Faruqi has decided to come and take matters in his own hands. Ali, and he's exceptional all-rounder. He's an exceptional bowling all-rounder, Ali Faruqi.
But if I say he struggled on the very first delivery, it wasn't a pretty confident shot. He was just saving his pad there so that it won't go for a review. 13 overs gone, 1-1-1 for 3. And with this 1-1-1, I can remember Teen Talwar Monument, which is just beside us, just behind, I would say, this venue, Clifton, Karachi.
Yeah, beautiful Karachi there. Comparison form graph, if we have a look at it. Canada they were off to a sluggish start, but they kind of made up for it in the middle overs. And then post 10 overs, we saw some rapid rise in the runs that were coming in, and then some stagnancy, and then some increase there as well. I'd say rapid increase in runs. Sanaullah is back, our favorite bowler. I'd say
And and my favorite person too.
I absolutely love his passion.
He's an absolute great bowler. My favorite person too. He's such a lovely person to talk. You can hear him all day. Speaks so nicely.
And he's very passionate too. And I particularly love the versatility in his bowling. You see, he won't make the same mistake that he has made. If he's targeted the off stump and it's not working out, he will move on from that rather than bowling in the same area. And I particularly love how he utilizes his wrists. He doesn't move his wrists very often, but when he does, it definitely it is either going to be a very good delivery or it's going to result in a wicket for your team.
Well, the passion makes you go miles, and that is what we see from Sanaullah. He's been magnificent with the earlier three matches, and today he's performing well. If I talk about his 3.2 over spell, he is just 3.3 overs now. He's conceded just 26 and got a wicket. Pretty much versatility in his delivery. He's using the surface pretty much properly. He has the knowledge. Just look at it. Just look at it. Well, he delivered it away, but that was not just into the slot. That was the delivery where the batter didn't had much time because he did a pace on in it. He didn't go. He didn't went for the slower one so that it could have been easy for the batter to get room.
Yeah, and it is this versatility, this I'd say difference and adaptability that makes Sanaullah the bowler that he is. Sugit was eyeing that long on position. Ali, in fact, was eyeing that long. Sugit was eyeing that long on position, but there was a fielder already there. But I'm pretty confident Sanaullah is going to bounce back from this delivery.
Well, you can see from the same wrist position, he's delivering the leg cutters, he's delivering the off cutters as well. He's breaking the ball quite nicely, Sanaullah. And this is the pure form of art.
Yeah, so Canada are 116 for 3 after 14 overs.
This time Salim, he went towards the leg stump, but not a good delivery to bowl, I would say, because it was pretty much away from the leg stump, gave too much of room to the batter, and it was a little slower. The batter came into the position early. It was quite predictable, and then it went for a boundary.
Well, and Salim is eyeing that wicket. Another wicket there. Abdullah Salim. It was the off stump once again, a bit away from the off stump. Salim bowled it. Being just a bit more mindful of the line and length can get you wickets, easy wickets, I'd say. Sugit is on strike now. This time he bisected it right between the mid stump and the off stump in an attempt to make to guide the ball between the bat and the pad into the stumps, but it did not work as Sugit picked it up just in time, but it was just hit as an attempt to buy him enough time to run between the wickets. This time, it's hit towards the deep point position where Sarfraz was already there waiting for that ball. And Rafiullah, very energetic captain, I'd say. Malik is back in the attack for Team UAE. Away from the off stump, Malik. Sugit picked it up, but it just didn't have enough power. It away beautifully for a 4. Ali Faruqi has decided to step up as he always does in crucial situations for Canada. The man of the hour picked it up beautifully and lofted it away for a 4. That's excellent game awareness right there. And that's the thing about Ali Faruqi. He never plays any risky shot. He wanted to guide it towards the deep square leg once again. in an attempt to buy him enough time to run between the wickets, but not succeed in that, Ali Faruqi. And this time it was the off stump Malik was targeting, and what a beautiful bounce there was in this delivery, Malik's delivery, but Sujit guided it towards the leg side in an attempt to buy him enough time to run between the wickets, and he succeeded in that. And another run comes up for Team Canada. What I particularly love about Malik's bowling is that he knows exactly the distance that's required between his bowling foot and the bowling hand, and he only uses his wrist movement when it's required. That was a good intended delivery, but it didn't turn out to be executed as well as he intended, Malik, and so it's now a wide. He was eyeing that edge from the batter. Oh, that was close. That was mere inches away from the fielder's hand. Would have marked the end of innings for Sujit. And Malik is not happy. Not happy with that. Sujit was eyeing that longer position and Malik is not happy. Oh, it's an injury scare for Malik. It's an injury scare for Malik. He did attempt to catch that. We hope everything's all right there. He gave it his all to catch that, to get that catch, but in the attempt he might have hurt his finger. Bowling attack.
आगे हैं आप मेरी तरफ
Down to Fayaz, who is joined by a star player for Team UAE. Over to you, Fayaz.
Okay, so I have Humaj Gondal with me. He's from UAE. He's playing quite a nice game UAE is playing right now. हुमाज भाई, first of all मैं ये कहना चाहूँगा कि आज UAE की बैटिंग लाइनअप और जिस अंदाज से UAE ने बैटिंग में परफॉर्म किया है देख के मज़ा आ गया.
हाँ बिल्कुल. बेसिकली वी हैव वेरी लॉन्ग बैटिंग साइड. मोस्ट ऑफ हमारे पास ज़्यादातर ऑलराउंडर हैं. तो नंबर 9 तक हमारे पास बैट्समैन है. जैसे ऊपर से हम 3-4 क्लैप्स कर गए थे, 3-4 आउट हो गए थे. फिर बाबर गजनफर ने बहुत पोटेंशियल इनिंग्स खेली और उसने 88 रन्स किए और एक बड़ा रिस्पेक्टेबल टोटल मिला हमें.
वैसे अगर बात की जाए तो जब विकेट्स भी डाउन हो रही थी, इसके बावजूद जो अग्रेशन था वो कम नहीं हो रहा था. ऐसा लग रहा था कि एक माइंडसेट बना के आए हैं कि आज सिर्फ हिट करना है, चाहे विकेट्स ही क्यों ना डाउन हो जाए.
हाँ देखिए, T20 में मार्जिन ऑफ एरर बहुत कम होता है, क्योंकि अगर आप डॉट्स बॉल पे जाएं तो वो हमारा पिछले मैच का होमवर्क था कि वी प्ले अराउंड 48 डॉट बॉल्स. तो उसमें टीम मीटिंग में डिसाइड हुआ था कि हम हिट बेशक ना लगे लेकिन एटलीस्ट डॉट्स बॉल नहीं खेलेंगे, सिंगल्स करेंगे और स्ट्राइक रोटेट करेंगे. तो उस पर काफ़ी अच्छे तरीके से आज अमल हुआ और जिसकी वजह से आज अच्छा टोटल गेन किया हमने.
लेकिन अगर बात की जाए इस वक्त आपकी टीम की बॉलिंग जारी है और जिस अंदाज से कनाडा हिट्स लगा रहे हैं और जिस अंदाज से वो गेम को अब गेम में वापसी करते जा रहे हैं, ये थोड़ा सा मुझे खतरनाक साबित होता नज़र आ रहा है.
हाँ, बड़ा अच्छा कमबैक किया कनाडा ने क्या, लेकिन अभी भी उनको 24 बॉल पे 52 चाहिए. इट्स नॉट इजी जॉब बट दे आर प्लेइंग वेल. सो अच्छा मैच देखने को मिलेगा लोगों को भी और हमें भी. हमें तो तब लगेगा जब हम जीतेंगे.
हाँ बिल्कुल बिल्कुल, आपकी बात ठीक है और मैं आपका ज़्यादा वक्त भी नहीं लूँगा क्योंकि मुझे पता है कि आपका माइंड ज़्यादातर इस वक्त गेम के ऊपर ही है. थैंक यू सो मच.
थैंक यू वेरी मच.
सो आई हैड Humaj Gondal with me. Back to the commentary box.
Yeah, thank you, Fayaz. And what a return to the commentary box as Sugeet decided to guide it towards the offside, and there was a run-out chance. But there was swift running between the wickets by the batters. Canada now need only 37 runs from 19 balls. I'm not going to say it's going to be a comfortable chase. It is going to be difficult. Canada need to continue with this momentum, but still need to improve their current run rate a bit. Speaking of the run rate, Sugi decided to hit it. It went high, but the fielder was already there waiting for that. Wow, absolute brilliance from the UAE in the field. And a swift innings of 35 runs of just 27 balls for Sugeet comes to an end. He did really anchor the innings for Canada, so you gotta give credit to him for that. He tried his best. But I guess yet again he struggled with the one factor that I mentioned before he came out to bat, which was the fact that he couldn't select the appropriate shot to hit there.
Sujit Karunaratne departed on 35 in 28 deliveries. And well, UAE is still in a mood that they can win it. And I was having a chat with Humaj. He was pretty much interested that even if it goes very close, they should win it. Then it will be a great day for them. He's a lovely person to speak. 150 up for Canada.
Well, that's modern day cricket for you. And does this scorecard remind you of something, Fayaz? 37 of 18, MCG 2022, Virat Kohli Masterclass. Who could have ever forgotten that match? He literally brought Team India to the winning line from such a difficult position. And I think Ali Farooqi needs to replicate that innings at this point.
Yeah, you need to be Virat Kohli. You need to just control over the nerves. And if I talk about Virat Kohli, he has always been a delight to watch because he's a player who only and always performs in the trouble situations. And that is what makes him a legend.
Yeah, very rightly said. Ali Farooqi needs to be the Virat Kohli for his team. And I have firm belief that he will.
Because UAE has Babar Azam already.
Well, as they say, not all barbers, but always a barber.
Yeah, I second to it. Okay, so now some strategies being made here by UAE as to get Ali's wicket specially.
And you know what the irony is? Earlier when I was interviewing Babar Ghazanfar, he said that his favorite player is also Babar Azam. So you got to add to that. Outside the off stump, it was pace-off delivery, and it landed straight in the fielder's hands.
That means Babar was walking on the footstep of Babar Azam today. And even when you are walking on the footstep of these kinds of players, you perform good. That means I just need to look up on it. I'm going to go for on the footsteps of Ramesh Raja, my favorite, the commentator. I learned from him a lot.
He's everyone's favorite. The icon cricket commentary. And while we're talking about icons, Ali has decided to be an icon himself.
Yeah, well, they have to now take calculated risks, Canada.
I feel like with 6 wickets remaining, they need to go a bit aggressive. They should, instead of adopting a defensive mindset, they need to replan and bring their plan B effectively in action, because plan A is clearly not working for them. And as for UAE, they don't have a choice. They have to bring in plan B.
Yeah, well, if I talk about the score, it is just on paper. If I talk about it, it's just 6 hits away, 36 needed. Even though 2 to 3 hits gone properly, that will make Canada take a sigh of relief there. They're gonna need to breathe and just go for it. Sultan hasn't scored yet, hasn't played any delivery. It's gonna be his first. Oh, just look at that. What a delivery. It's magnificent. That was on the grassy patch. He got a good grip on the ball, and that was a pitch delivery. Nicely done here by Mujahid. Plays it down the ground.
While we're praising the bowler, let's just take a moment to praise the keeper, the skipper of UAE, Rafiullah as well. He's been swift behind the stumps. While we're taking a moment to, while we're appreciating the bowlers, let's take a moment to appreciate the man behind the stumps, the incredible skipper of Team UAE, Rafiullah. He's been absolutely swift behind the stumps. Reminded me of Quinton de Kock.
This time tries it away nicely. Well, pretty much Sultan was pretty much interested to go for the second one too. But Ali was very calm there. He wanted to just agree on a single. He said, "Now we still have an over left in which we can do some."
Well, I'm really looking forward to this second game of today, Australia versus USA. It's gonna be good. But a game that I'm really looking forward to in general in this tournament is Australia versus South Africa. And there was a good swift fielding by the fielder, I'd say.
Oh, that was a collision between the keeper and the batter while running. Well, I second to you, South Africa versus Australia. I'm also looking forward to that game. That will be a big contest of cricket.
Well, Australia have just won the Ashes, the shortest test in the history of Ashes, finished in just 2.5 days.
I would say T20 Ashes.
Modern day cricket, they took it very seriously, I'd say.
Well, that was a wonder. 19 wickets in a day. Wow.
7 wickets alone for the incredible Mitchell Starc. No wonder he took retirement from T20 cricket. He wanted to incorporate that and literally refine how Test cricket is played. Canada now need 32 runs from 12 balls. It's getting difficult from Team Canada. Ali has to step up. If Ali is intending to step up, play aggressive, it has to happen now. Canada are now 155 for 4 after 18 overs, and that's the US team. We're here gearing up for the next match against Australia. Attacked the mid stump once again, and what a toe-crushing Yorker was that! That was extremely brilliance. That was sheer brilliance from Awais. He came into bowl his last over and he said, hold my ball. I'm going to attack the mid stump. If no one did, I'm going to do that. This time it was the off stump that he attacked. That's a brilliant fielding by UAE. And I love the change in pace that Awais is bringing, with occasional bounce. Ali and Sultan are able to bring a further 2 runs on board for Team Canada. And that's the US team practicing for the next match against Australia. It's going to be one to watch, as both teams are going to look for another breakthrough. It was the off stump that was a victim to Awais' brutal Yorker in a very Lassit Malinga style Yorker. He was attempting a wide Yorker here, and although he couldn't get that wicket, it was a very, very close to the blade of the bat. It did miss the bat, but it landed straight in the hands, in the gloves of the fielder. And Rafiullah, being the swift keeper that he is, walking in on the footsteps of Quinton de Kock, made no mistake catching that. Extra bounce. No very good line, no very good length, I'd say. And no very good line as well. Had he bowled this delivery a bit in the line, targeted the mid stump, it might as well have caused difficulty for Sultan and would have resulted in another catch out. Sultan and Ali need to pull magic from here. They are the magicians, and they have the potential to shape Canada's future in this match. And Sultan guided it swiftly towards the offside. Appeal for a run out. The keeper is once again very confident. The keeper is yet again very confident. And it's up to the third umpire now to decide whether it would be a run out or not. Wow. Absolutely wow. What a stunner of a match this is turning out to be. There was no need for that second run. Yet again, Rafiullah said yes. Leg umpire said no. Rafiullah said yes again. Leg umpire said no once again. Rafiullah was confident, and now the ball is in the court of the third umpire, as we are waiting their decision of a potential run out.
After review, the batsman has made good his crease before the bails were taken off. Not out, not out.
Well, you heard from the third umpire. It was not out, although it was again a very close call.
It was pretty much a close call because the batter was just seconds before he was before the bails were off. He was seconds inside. Last to go, which will end the 19th. This time given to the slot once again. When you're gonna deliver it into the slot, you're gonna get these kinds of results. Sultan.
I fear it's too late for that. I really hope they pull off a miracle, but a win from here looks nothing short of miraculous. But it's cricket, anything can happen. But on paper, it's looking almost impossible for Canada to win. Required run rate now jumping off to 23. They need 23 of the last over. 23 of the last over. They have to pull off an Anwar Ali masterclass here, Team Canada.
Yeah, absolutely. And if I talk about it's kind of a moment where I remember, because I have remembered the name Carlos Brathwaite.
And we refreshed it to remember the name Lawrence Farnham, who would be playing his game against Pakistan later on today.
Yeah. I second to that.
Well, at the moment, what I second to is the fact that Canada, they could have restricted UAE to a score that was 20 to 30 runs short. The iconic phrase 20 to 30 runs short.
Yeah.
But they were just unfortunate, I'd say. A win, though, is a miraculous thing to be even considered at this point.
Those couple of catches dropped in the power play, and then later on a catch drop. That was the problem there, which gave 20 to 30 runs more to UAE. A couple of runs there, and it won't be enough. Have to go for big hits anyhow. Stretching exercise going on. It's much fun, yeah.
Yeah, and if they miraculously succeed in hitting 4 boundaries, like 4s of the last 5 balls, and we might experience a super over. But, I mean, it's an interesting match to witness for us commentators. But from Canada's perspective, it's a bit unfortunate. Mujahid Hussain is the man in.
All balls in there. He took Ali. Canada was relying on him. Oh my, Mujahid. He did the job for UAE. That was, I guess, the very much important nail in the coffin.
Well, the last hope for Canada departs. Ali Faruqi departs after scoring 30 runs of just 24 balls. A swift innings, an impactful innings, I'd say. But it did give some hope to Canada, but that didn't last long. And that was absolute masterclass from Mujahid, who utilized the grassy patches on the pitch to the fullest. And that's the Australian team practicing there. They're there gearing up for the next match against the US. The first is their second match in this ground.
Not a good time to depart Ali Faruqi. But now the skipper Ramzan steps in. Oh, that was away from the leg stump there. Exceptional fielding at the brink. And then Mujahid. He turned the game. That Sultan this time goes away towards the D point. But that's too late, my friend. That's too late. It's not possible now. But pretty much good improvements here I've seen from the side of Canada. They made it close, but little unfortunate in the end. Mujahid turning the game in the favor for UAE. Last delivery to go. Well, he hits it hard. And that's going to clear the fence, but that's still not enough for Canada. Well, they made it pretty close, but that's not enough. Sultan, my friend, you came too late. You came too late. UAE won by 7. It was a magnificent contest of cricket. A high-scoring game, 187 made, and then just by 7 runs victory UAE. It became difficult till the end, but a good mindset, good captaincy here by Rafiullah. And I would say that Mohammad Ramzan, he also stepped up as a skipper. He did a wonderful job. His team played exceptionally well, but wasn't enough to get off the mark. UAE has grabbed the win from the pockets of Canada today. A friendly gesture. They were shaking hands, congratulating, some celebrations for UAE today. All the whole Canada side, they're shaking the hands. That's a friendly gesture here. So the batting summary, Danish. He started off well with 22, impactful. Then Amin with 18. They had a good partnership. Then Saber, he stepped up, scored 43 of 27, pretty much quick. And then Sujit, he came as the heir for Canada at that moment, 35. Then Ali with 30, but not a good time for that departure. Then Sultan with 21, and Ramzan, the skipper, just got a chance to play a single delivery, scored single in it, 179 made, but little unfortunate, very close, but lost the game here. If I talk about the bowling side of UAE, Aways, he didn't got any wicket, but economically was good, I would say 8.50 of the economy. Sanaullah, my favorite, with a wicket, and a good economy of 7.25. He is very versatile. Then Malik with the economy of 9. Mujahid, what a magnificent wicket he took off early. And then Salim with 2 wickets. Mujahid being a little expensive, 44 he has conceded, but he has taken a crucial wicket. And in the end, Imran with little expensive over 12 conceded off it. So UAE won by 7 runs. And in a bit, Nourish will be ready with the post-match interview and then with the post-match presentation ceremony. That's all from the commentary box. A little break.
Welcome to the post-match presentation of the first match for today here at the NBP Sports Complex that was played between Team Canada and Team UAE. And UAE managed to win a very thrilling 7-run victory over Team Canada. And for the presentation ceremony here, I've been joined by a very prestigious presentation party today. That includes the Honorable Mr. Sterling Hammond, who is the incredible chairman of IMC, and his partner, Miss Tammy Sir, who is also the co-chairman of IMC. And together they've been working tirelessly to bring this tournament to you guys and to bring this tournament to light. Proceeding ahead, I would now like to begin with the formalities of the post-match presentation. The first award for the post-match presentation will be the Best Bowler Award that is being presented to Mr. Iftikhar Ahmed from Team Canada for bagging 3 crucial wickets. And I would like to invite Mr. Sterling to do the honors for presenting the award, the Best Bowler Award, to Iftikhar Ahmed. He was simply exceptional in the bowl, especially that last wicket that he got for Canada. That was crucial indeed. The next award is for the best batter of the match. And I would like to invite Mr. Sterling to once again do the honors to present the best batter award. That goes to the incredible Babar Ghazanfar for his scintillating knock of 88 runs from UAE. Well, he didn't leave any room to not remind us of the incredible Babar Azam, who he himself looks up to. And Babar, I would want you to stay, because Babar Ghazanfar is also the player of the match for today for scintillating 88 runs. And I would like to invite Miss Tammy Sir to do the honors of presenting the player of the match award to him. Babar, we would like to have a word with you. बाबर, आपने अच्छी जामिदाराना, तो जब आप बैटिंग के लिए आए थे, आप लोगों ने टॉस जीता और ऑफ कोर्स चूज किया. आपके कॉन्फिडेंट आपके कैप्टन रफ़ीउल्लाह, ही वाज वेरी कॉन्फिडेंट एट द टॉस. तो क्या गेम प्लान था? रफ़ी ने आपको क्या बताया था कि किस तरीके से जाके बैटिंग करनी है, और क्या उस गेम प्लान पे आप लोगों ने अमल किया?
मौका मिला, अच्छा खेले. शुरू में हमारी विकेटें ऊपर से गिर गई थी, तो थोड़ा रुक के खेलने का बोला था कैप्टन ने. जो लूज बॉल है उसको हिट करने का बोला.
जब आप लोग की इनिशियल 3 विकेट्स गिर गई थी, तो उसके बाद बाउंस बैक करने का क्या प्लान था, और मतलब किस तरीके से आपने वहां पे रेजिलियंस शो?
पहले 10 ओवर ये प्लान था कि 60-70 रन तक चलते. ये स्कोर एट द एंड अगर 5 ओवर भी मिलते तो हिट कर सकते थे. थैंक यू.
Well, that was a very happy Babar Ghazanfar for you. And now I would like to request the presence of both the captains of Team Canada and UAE here at the presentation ceremony. I would like to first invite the winning captain, Mohammad Rafiullah, here from captain of Team UAE here. Rafi, incredible win indeed. आपका कॉन्फिडेंस हमें जब आपने टॉस जीत, तो उस वक्त आपके माइंड में क्या चल रहा था जब आप स्टेप इन किए पिच पे बैट?
Actually, Canada played very well. It was a great effort from you guys. You made us little, I can just say that it was a very, very good combined and teamwork. Everybody put their effort. Even Ballu, who was third man to third man, he was running around. Everybody was playing to win. That is more important for us.
Yeah, and Rafi, finally, I am very, very intrigued to know what your fielding plan was, because you guys were just exceptional in the field today. So, any specific plan that you had made to, level up your fielding or something?
I just can say that, everybody was on it. Everybody put their effort. That was the planning in field. That's all.
Yeah, that was an incredible effort. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
And now I would like to invite the skipper of Team Canada, Mohammad Ramzan, here. Ramzan, I understand it's a tough day at the field, but you guys played good cricket. You guys almost came very close to the win. What are some key takeaways from your?
Well, overall, it's a great game, guys. Both teams did a fantastic job. Especially they outplayed by 7 runs, and also guys, I think the key take there was a couple of catch drops. That's where we lost the game, and then there's a couple of 3 overs where hit a little bit more. We gave a couple of extra runs. That was it.
Yeah, if you could do anything differently in going forward in the next matches, what would that be?
Well, catches win matches.
Best of luck.
Thank you very much.
Would want you to stay because as you guys are well aware of the fact by now that Team Canada has a history of doing a very act at the presentation ceremony, and they distribute signature cap mementos to the man of the match. Even it doesn't matter if they win or they lose. This is cricket, and so this is a very beautiful moment here where the captain of Team Canada, Mohammad Ramzan, is handing over the memento cap to the man of the match. So, and to distribute the other memento cap, I would like to invite Imtiaz from Team Canada to do the honors. This is a very beautiful moment in cricket, and this is why cricket is a gentleman's game. So kudos to Canada for that, and over to you.
Thank you. We'd like to present this cap to the 3 umpires. So, sure.
We'd like to invite the on-field umpires here at the presentation venue so they could receive their memento caps. Mr. Rohan Weatherwood, who has been the 3rd umpire for today. Well, while he's coming to the venue, I would want you to describe this act of the Canadian team. What was really going on in your mind? What was the inspiration, I'd say, behind this introducing this signature act of yours?
We just would like to acknowledge the efforts that have been put into this this tournament. It's tremendous work for us to come all this way, and the hospitality and especially the umpires. They have done a tremendous job, and we just want to appreciate. This is our little token of appreciation for these gentlemen who has done a terrific job. So thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. And now we have our on-field umpire, Andy, who has also been the 3rd umpire here, Mr. Rohan Weatherwood. And now I'd like to invite Alex from Team Canada to distribute their final memento cap to the groundsmen, the unfailing efforts of whom have brought today's match in this tournament right. I would invite the groundsmen to here at the presentation venue so we could distribute. Well, would anyone, Fayaz would like to receive the cap on their behalf? That's a beautiful moment here. The groundsman is here as well. Beautiful moment here. Thank you. Well, and this is it from the presentation downstairs for now. It's only the presentation that is wrapped up. The action goes on. And the IMC Over-40s T20 World Cup 2025 is in full swing, and we're witnessing some very important games. And newsflash, it is just the beginning. So this is it from the presentation downstairs. We will be back with live action shortly as Australia will take on US in the second game for today. Till then, take care.